to construct Billy Swales Boulevard, Section 4B. The work will consist of the construction of roadway on new alignment beginning at the intersection of Sweetgrass Basket Parkway and 6 Mile Road and ending at the intersection of Billy Swales Boulevard and Hamlin Road. This project is funded in part with federal funds through grant award LPA 0217 from the South Carolina Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration, and as such requires SCDOT award concurrence. Construction activities include, but are not limited to, clearing and grubbing, grading, stormwater drainage, asphalt paving, sidewalk, curb, and gutter construction, landscaping, traffic signals, street lighting, and irrigation. The total length of the project is 1.4 miles of new alignment roadway, and the construction time for this project is 545 calendar days from the notice to proceed. Staff received 8 bids and determined that Gulfstream Construction Company, Inc. was the lowest, most responsive, and SCDOT pre-qualified bidder. On February 24th, the town received SCDOT award concurrence. Based upon this award concurrence, staff recommend contracting with Gulfstream Construction Company in the amount of $18,762,575.87 to construct the project.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and make the motion, and then we'll call up James Aton to talk a little bit about this project.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we've got the motion. Let's invite James up. So this is a momentous day for the town of Mount Pleasant. It's a roadway we've all been waiting for a long time, and when constructed, we'll finally kind of finish that third north-south route through Mount Pleasant. And as a Rifle Range Road resident, we are looking forward to it. And so we'll just have you talk a little bit about the timeline moving forward, and once this segment is complete, what it enables our traffic grid to do.
Yes, sir. So very happy and excited about this project. It's been just shy of a decade in the making. Again, I know Tammy mentioned a number of additional permitting processes that we had to go through. So very glad that we have completed and crossed that hurdle. So once awarded, assuming it's awarded today, we will reach out to the contractor. There's a period of protest that we have to apply to and adhere to. And once that's done, we will sit down with the contractor and go through a pre-construction meeting where we will outline everything in the contract, and they will provide us with a schedule of their work within that 540 calendar day period. And then we will get to work. I know there's a number of things that we have on this list to go through, one including a tree walk to see if there's any additional trees within that right-of-way area, and new alignment that can be saved in addition to what's called out on the plans. But yes, very excited about this. And that includes, 10-foot Mount Pleasant Way shared use path, making this final connection. And of course, as you mentioned, a massive addition to our transportation network as far as the north-south corridor in an area in front of Boone Hall that sees little other opportunity for traffic to divert in the event of an incident or the events that Boone Hall has. So looking forward to this connection. I think it'll do wonders for the town as far as mobility and safety.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Aton?
No, obviously connections matter, and this is important, whether it's Mount Pleasant Way or this. That connectivity really helps the things flow. So it'll be much appreciated. It's always good to let the neighbors know what to expect, when to expect it, so there's no surprise. A number of neighborhoods are immediately adjacent to, so what are the plans for just letting them know and assuaging some of their concerns on buffers, noise, etc. And you mentioned before some of the selection of trees, etc. So what's the timeline, and how are we notifying neighbors, and what are we doing?
Yes, sir. So, of course, through this whole design process, we've been in touch with all of the adjacent neighbors and the community writ large. So once we do have that schedule from the contractor, we do have a communications plan in place to reach out to the established neighborhoods that have HOAs and presidents, as well as the residents through through our communications division. And so, yes, those will really include primarily emails to our main points of contacts, but also, again, posting on our social media, on the town's project page for this. And that'll lay out what activities should be occurring when and sort of what disruptions one might expect during those times. I think primarily this will be day work, maybe some night work at the intersections, but that's to come later on towards the end of the project. So, we shouldn't see really any disruptions with that as far as nighttime activities. But again, once we get and sit down with the contractor to set that schedule, we'll begin to reach out to the community.
Mr. Iton, thank you. I think if you could include with that, it's not that many folks directly involved. You've got the neighborhoods established. You also got 6 Mile residents there and the flow of traffic. But if there could be some signage as well as a letter or flyer, there's not that many to them, so they feel like they're directly involved. It doesn't cost that much, but the impact is immense. So thank you so much and look forward to the project.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Okay. Well, we've got the motion on the floor and the second, and I think everybody's ready to get Billy Swales Parkway completed. So let's go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that carries 3-0. Let's move on to item number 5, which is award of a contract for the David Simmons Jr. Community Dock repairs. Ms. Harness?
Yes, staff requested bids from interested and qualified bidders to construct repairs to the David Simmons Jr. Community Dock. The work includes repairs to the community dock by removing and replacing damaged structural components, reusing existing decking where feasible, and performing related hardware and connection repairs. Bid alternates are included for full removal and replacement of the existing decking using different material options as well as a remediation method. All work is to be completed within 120 calendar days from notice to proceed. Staff received 8 bids and determined that the low bidder was non-responsive because they did not have the required marine license. Staff then reviewed the remaining bidders and determined that Rakes Building and Maintenance Contractors, LLC, doing business as Blue Tide Marine Construction, was the lowest, most responsive, and responsible bidder for the base bid. Staff next reviewed the 3 ad alternates and determined that it was in the town's best interest to award the base bid plus ad alternate number 3. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Rakes Building and Maintenance Contractors in the base bid amount of $286,870 plus add alternate 3 in the amount of $600 per unit of Denso Sea Shield 90 and $825 per unit of Denso Sea Shield 400 materials to construct the project.
Thank you, Ms. Harness.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, and I think we had some discussion for Mr. Wise, right? Is he?
There was a question I had. You mentioned in the discussions there were some different thoughts of materials and whatnot, and perhaps Mr. Wise can talk to that.
Good morning.
Good morning. This repair came about as part of our yearly bridge and dock inspection program that we have. And during the last inspection, the inspectors came back and they noticed some things that required some repair, mostly with removal and replacement of damaged timber framing, hardware connection repairs, and then deteriorating piles. We did look at the decking. This decking is Ipe, and it ends up being it's in really pretty good shape, and we plan on just reusing that. So that did away with the alternate 1 and 2, which we had looked at either going back with pine boards or the Trex type decking. But we're going to reuse the Ipe because it's in good condition. But we do have the add alternate 3, which we're doing, but we don't know. There's unit pricing there because we're not going to know exactly what we need until we start tearing it apart and figuring out what the damage is to the actual piles. And then there's 2 prices based off of how much damage there is to the specific piles. So the 90 will be for less damage and the 400 will be for piles that are more damaged.
Well, the good news, we're in a place we can repair these. And
Yes, sir.
financially, and it's good news that you got preventative work on it, which is wonderful. And next two questions, timeline and notice to the public.
The timeline, sir, will be determined. Once it's awarded, we'll coordinate the timeline with the contractor. I don't have that specifically yet, but I would imagine it'll take probably once we award it, we'll coordinate the timeline. It'll probably take a month and a half, or maybe up to 2 months to get everything done. And once it's done, we'll work through social media, coordinate with the residents that live around it, and just make sure everybody has visibility on it. We'll close it. This project also includes improvements to the parking and the grounds around the dock to make it more user friendly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And that carries 3-0. And that brings us to agenda item number 6, award of a contract for the rebid of Harry Hallman Boulevard and Von Kolnitz Road pedestrian improvements. Ms. Harness.
Yes, sir. So staff requested bids from interested and qualified bidders to construct pedestrian improvements on Harry Hallman Jr. Boulevard and Von Kolnitz Road. This work consists of pedestrian infrastructure improvements. For Harry M. Hallman Jr. Boulevard, the project scope includes removal of limited asphalt and curb, milling, installation of 3 concrete raised table crosswalks, pedestrian ramps, signage, pavement markings, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and sidewalk improvements. For Von Kolnitz Road, the project scope includes, but is not limited to, approximately 1,160 feet of new concrete sidewalk, construction of a pedestrian ramp, 1,400 feet of stained concrete pavement, asphalt paving, installation of reinforced concrete pipe culverts, drainage structures, thermoplastic pavement markings, tree removal, and tree protection. Staff received 3 bids and determined that Brader Construction was the lowest, most responsive, and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Brader Construction in the amount of $727,627 to construct the pedestrian improvements.
All right. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor. On
So
this one.
moved.
Second.
And now we'll call up Mr. Aton. So it looks like it's sort of a 2-faceted program. One would be to redo very busy pedestrian crossings in the vicinity of Memorial Waterfront Park, and then the second one a path and some drainage improvements around the senior center.
Yes, sir, that's correct. So both of these are our county's CTC and TST funded projects. So that's why they were rebid as a package together. The first with Harry Hallman. The existing ramps out there are fine. Really, it was an impetus to improve pedestrian safety and also, in the same token, implement some traffic calming with these raised table crossings. So those RFB devices, those pedestrian actuated flashers, will be placed at the consolidated 3 crossing locations. And then the Von Kolnitz Road improvements. This is really part of Mount Pleasant Way, right there by Von Kolnitz in the senior center, to implement some stained concrete where there's some challenges as far as a lot of pavement through that area and delineating where those pedestrian uses are compared to parking and then the roadway. It also connects down Von Kolnitz to the school, which currently also has some very disjointed sidewalk connectivity, and then makes that final gap that went away as part of the roadway improvement project across Von Kolnitz to access that sidewalk portion.
Pedestrian activated flashers have been well received on Mathis Ferry, and a lot of people are coveting those because they seem to work so well. So congratulations on that. You would expect me to ask about this, but there is tree removal, but will there be tree planting adjacent or along Mathis Ferry or that area to replace the trees that are removed?
No, sir. As part of the ordinance, we paid into the tree mitigation bank for any removals. As part of that, there was very limited opportunity through this area. If you're familiar with those condos area, it is paved from the doorstep up to the roadway. and really no opportunity to replant. So we paid into the tree mitigation bank, or will pay to the tree mitigation bank.
Well, hopefully we'll find good places through the tree task force to plant effectively. So thank you.
And just one thing, what's the time frame for this work?
Yeah, so we'll meet with the contractor. I mean, I anticipate both of these to move fairly quickly. I believe the contract duration, if I'm not mistaken, was 300 days.
I don't have it in here.
We'll work with the contractor. It should move very quickly with being sidewalk work, and especially on the Harry Hallman component where it's in the roadway, we need to move quickly to have those roads reopened. And so we'll be able to provide you with an updated schedule once we meet with the contractor.
And this wouldn't necessitate any closures of the park or anything like that, right?
No, sir, it should not.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and call the question. Or I'm sorry, Ms. Crosby. Good. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, and that carries 3-0, and that brings us to item number 7, which is to adjourn.
That's my one committee today.
Oh, me.
You're gonna be sitting here for a while.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm not on this one. I went to a really good literacy thing outside. I was thinking about the education, and it was talking about how they're doing phonics in the middle schools, and boy, they've made some progress. It's amazing. So exciting.
Yeah.
There were kids there that talked about it that didn't move it. So I hope we can push that.
Yeah, for sure. I interviewed them recently. I was very impressed.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's my own today.
Yeah.
Light day.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you.
How's your wife doing?
She's doing things. She's improving little by little. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. It is not one of those things that goes fast.
No. And we had hip, and she has two.
Bones. Yeah.
Two titanium quads.
That's because you live in a petri dish. Leave your house with all the schools and
He's at 4 schools, and I go
yeah.
first year as a teacher. I got $6 and then after that,
Now it's all electronic.
Wish I looked as good as you.
Yeah, there's dentists, veterinarians.
it also seems like signs of the handwriting of doctors and stuff. We ready?
All right. We will call our Monday, March 2nd Water Supply Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is approval of minutes from the August 4th, 2025 meeting. Do we
Move
have
for
a motion?
approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. And the motion carries unanimously. Item 3 is public comments. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will move on to item number 4, Mount Pleasant Waterworks Program and Projects Update. And I will call up Mr. Alan Klum, the General Manager of Mount Pleasant Waterworks. Thank you for coming this morning, Mr. Klum.
Thank you, council members. Appreciate your time this morning. I want to give you a brief quarterly update on what's been going on at the waterworks. All right, this morning we'll talk about our 2025 bond projects along with industry awards and community engagement slide. Love this picture to the right. That is at Wells Fargo in November selling our $60 million worth of bonds. So it was a big day for us. We were oversubscribed by about 2x on the bond, which is wonderful. That's right where you want to be. A lot of that due to the AAA bond rating. So big day for Mount Pleasant Waterworks. 2 projects I want to speak to this morning. The fleet maintenance facility. That facility started construction summer 2025. If you remember, that's partially cash funded along with partially bond funded, 50-50 blend. We do expect to cut the ribbon on that facility in June, so very excited about it. And Deep Well 6 Grambling Aquifer, which we will start spring of 2026. You've heard me say this before, but that will be, if all goes well, the water source of MPW for the next 100 years. I'm very excited about this project, so I want to give you an update on that as well. The other 3 projects that were bond funded, we will talk about those at a later date, but I do not plan to update you today on those. That's the Midtown Force Main, RO1 High Service Pump Station, along with the Coleman Force Main project. All right, the fleet maintenance facility. This is a new building. If you've driven down Rifle Range Road near our operations center, you have seen it. Wonderful building. It has 2 large bays you can see. Those will service our vac trucks and larger equipment. And then 4 light duty bays along with a general maintenance bay. We service approximately 120 vehicles. All of that will be done in-house. So very excited about this. Again, we'll cut the ribbon in June. So look forward to an invite. And probably, as I mentioned, one of the most exciting projects we've worked on in a long time is the Deep Well 6 Grambling Aquifer. We have a well at Deep Well 6. That well is failing. It is in the end of its life, 50 years old, and we plan to drill a well into a new aquifer. I've drilled a lot of deep wells. This will be the deepest well we have drilled, approximately 2,500 feet, half a mile deep. A lot of challenges involved with that, but it will be a new water source for Mount Pleasant Waterworks. The bids are in. Lane Drilling was awarded the bid. I could not be happier. This is a challenging project, drilling that deep. Well, the well driller that has been assigned to the project, you may remember 2010, the Chilean mine collapse. This driller, Jeff Hart, Jeff was located in Afghanistan drilling wells for the U.S. government at that time. He gets a call to fly to Chile to drill the well to rescue the miners. Why did they call Jeff? The answer given was he's simply the best. So we'll get to work with Jeff. I've met Jeff. We've known each other for several years. I do feel that he is the right driller for this job. A lot of science goes in, a lot of engineering goes in to, is this the right decision for Mount Pleasant Waterworks? We've made that decision, but when it comes to the driller, there's a lot of art involved. And so to have Jeff behind that drill rig, just a huge vote of confidence in his skill level. So really great to add him to our team.
Alan, we kind of, if you'll back up one, and just kind of explain the significance of drilling into the Grambling versus the Middendorf.
Yes, the current wells that we have 5 active wells in the Middendorf Aquifer, Charleston Aquifer, often referred to as the Charleston Aquifer or the Middendorf. That aquifer, as you know, other people are using that aquifer. It's been heavily used in our region really for the last 60 or so years. We have depressurized it through usage. So as we look at a sustainable future, Mount Pleasant Waterworks wanted to entertain all of our options. And the Grambling Aquifer is deeper than the Charleston Aquifer, but it is a untapped resource in our region. No one else is using that water. So we will be the first to it, and we are hopeful that it will be of good quality and quantity to provide us water into the future. At an end of Mount Pleasant, obviously the north end, where we need that water resource. So it's a critical resource to us, and again, a sustainable resource that we hope will last 100 years and beyond. All right, and then talk a little bit about some awards we've recently received. I know you are aware of the work we've done with septic initiatives. We've received a national award for that work. We've connected over 120 families over the last 2 years to our collection system, which is just, I really applaud you for your commitment to the Clean Water Credit and Mount Pleasant Waterworks for pushing these ideas forward and receiving grant funding for a lot of that work. So really just great initiative. We also have a septic maintenance program now for those that cannot tie in to the collection system. We will maintain that system. And we have about 35 individuals on that program. So we're really making great strides. And we're recognized nationally through the National Environmental Achievement Award for that. You can see our team there. We did send 3 individuals to receive that award. So just really, really great work that they're doing. On our 2025 metering system, these are the census meters. We received an Advanced Utility System Pioneering Excellent Award. We implemented what we're calling a version 5 upgrade, and rather than contract that work out, we did that in-house at a savings of approximately $360,000 to our customers. So really just the skill set of the team we've put together to be able to perform that upgrade in-house. And finally, a 2026 Innovation Award. These are some of the advancements we've made with our AMI meters. Simple things like installing gaskets to have better reception of those transmitters. But it was an innovative team that put that together, and so Census had not seen some of those innovations, and they recognized us. And you ask, what does that get you? Well, we've had typically with the metering, you will have to roll a truck to pick up meters that do not read, so we will read those from the field. We've had 36 weeks over the last 12 months where we have not had to roll a truck. Now that saves time, that saves money. That's one person's day that they can do something else with, so really a big deal. 2026 Innovation Award. All right, and a highlight of what we've done this year, year-end review, we did have a Marshview Trail Privet Pool event that happened this past weekend. But more importantly, MPW in 2025, we had 22 total events to reach the community. Impacted roughly 436 community members attended, so we're very happy with that. Those are opportunities that we can tell our story to the community. And we will be partnering Drinking Water Week 2026. We have a wonderful new partnership with Kaleidoscope. Really looking forward to it. You can see some of the images here. Water connects us all, one of my favorite slogans. But save the date, that'll be May 3rd through 9th, 2026. And again, we are happy to be a partner with Kaleidoscope. And Septic Think Tank. We've talked a lot about septic tanks. I will take credit for this title. I thought it would be a nice idea to have a statewide resource, a statewide meeting to discuss septic tanks, and it was named Septic Think Tank. I cannot take credit for what transpired after that. Our staff really rolled with that idea. We have numerous partners. This event will be held in Columbia. We expect there to be roughly 200 people from around the state to attend this. It lets you know how important this concept of septic tanks and what are we doing in our state to manage growth and to manage our wastewater collection systems and how we treat that waste. May 5th, 2026 in Columbia.
The title is excellent.
But thank you.
Perfect title.
It's an excellent title. I couldn't be more excited about the event. I think it will be a fun day. But again, I just enjoy the wastewater business. I don't know if the rest of you will or not, but you feel free to attend. And our new customer e-newsletter, we will be sending out a newsletter. We sent this out in January. This was our first newsletter that we sent out to all of our customers. Couldn't have occurred at a better time. We sent this out January 13th, and if you remember what happened that weekend and the following weekend, extremely cold temperatures. The opening article was Burr, prepare your pipes for the cold, so it was very timely. We had a 66% open rate, which I think is fabulous. Industry standards, roughly 35%. And 22,000 customers of ours received that newsletter. So very happy about the newsletter. If you are not signed up or you did not receive it, let me know and we will get you signed up. And that concludes my quarterly updates. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions?
No, it's a good report.
All right. The one question. So, the project in Cooper Estates. What is the progress of that? Obviously, it was. I think a lot of people took pictures of it being open. Coleman Boulevard being open. Big old hole a couple weeks ago, but I think that was the ending phases of the project. Am I correct?
You are correct. Now, the Pelzer Drive
Pelzer,
project,
yes.
the connection of Pelzer Drive, connecting the septic tanks on Pelzer Drive to our collection system. You are correct. We cut into Coleman to make that final tie-in. My understanding is it is complete, but for the final paving.
Yep.
So we should be out of there very, very soon, with minimal impacts, I believe.
Yeah, to go as scheduled well.
Yeah, scheduled work,
And in the off-season.
scheduled night work. Great to have Pelzer Drive tied in. Obviously, its connection to the water quality in Shem Creek is a big issue. And we identified Shem Creek as a important region to target. So that watershed's very important to us. Yeah.
Did you have any complaints in there doing that work?
Initially on Pelzer, when we started the Pelzer project, we did have some traffic complaints, and they were valid. The traffic control was not set up to our standard. We shut that project down for 2 days until we felt like they had a better traffic plan. After that, we did not receive any complaints that I'm aware of related to traffic.
What about with the tie-in of those septic tanks?
So we've had all but one home willing to tie in, and the one was being transferred of ownership. But we felt like we had a very positive response
That's great.
from Pelzer Drive.
Yeah,
And if you remember, 20 years ago, that would not have been the case.
I know.
But I think the community, I think we all understand the importance of water quality and how that impacts our life, and the importance of protecting Shem Creek. So very positive response from the Pelzer community.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Al.
All right, thank
We
you for your
appreciate
time.
you. Yep. All right. That was the completion of item 4. So item 5, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Good man. What time is it?
When court uses
Well, you know, actually, 10 years ago, we got in.
It's great. Just when it's our big firm retreat, we had 360 people there, and that's my Super Bowl. So this is from sun up to sundown is many hours average. Just going. There's a finance major. Right, exactly. And so it was. We only do them every 2 years. So a lot of great fun.
And I use
A lot of work. Yeah.
if there's any way,
So now we're spending for that.
we've now got a program that they're called Sweetgrass Home.
Emma back forced the cast.
Try to find it.
Got my best time.
That's
Here we buy. December. We'll make it work. Make it work. Y'all do it? Exactly. I love transfer. How's your weekend?
Am I moving? No, am I here?
Sorry.
Me too. I did.
I am prone. What's that? Oh, no, that's fine. No. I'm happy to move. Just put me where you want me. Put me where you want me. Got lopsided here.
The weeds are coming out. I don't know what happened. Besides it's not
Sorry.
Somebody found fair enough. How's everybody doing? Good morning. How are you?
Where's the pen, right?
I've been working on it. I was like,
I
presentation back
really, I didn't hear
council meetings where you run
No, I'll be upset with you.
wherever I'm told you. No, I have my purple pen, so I'm good.
This isn't working without presentation showing up in the live stream with the quick share.
But this works.
Yeah, this one.
Perfect. I think we use this anyway. This won't work. We only use this.
It's like, it's
You can
just
still
a
use this if you want to see what's going on with your presentation, but this will change that slide.
Oh, gotcha.
forgot that.
Oh, okay. So, got it. This does not matter.
That's
This matters. Got it.
just to make things confusing for you.
Nope, it's okay.
I'm like,
What'd you see?
Go. It's like Steph Curry's version of Space.
Oh my gosh.
He's a bit he likes to go see so a lot of things that's one of those. So we get to the ticket. Sorry, so he's already got his popcorn. He's sitting there.
I mean, I bet you are. Time to go get my coat.
Yeah, you do. You got 5 minutes. So, you didn't even make, he had his popcorn and everything, and you didn't
He's sitting there on the couch waiting for it.
It was supposed to go to him.
Going to and like
Because he lost his phone, and he couldn't get back home to
we'll go to
the
that.
plane.
Across town.
Or he would have just.
Did he like it? Aw, that stinks. It's such a great little theater, though.
It is.
I mean, it's like this, these two are probably
It's-
15.
yes.
I would say like 25.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They're still.
Oh, good.
But it was fun.
That's his first movie.
That was the only
Good.
thing.
Things down around here?
We're trying.
I know. I can't stay for
Yes.
this.
Oh, I'm sure you
This
can.
one's always the exciting.
Well, you can tune in.
Yeah, right. See you soon.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, wow. You found it.
So how did you do through the movie? Good? Sat, watched
I didn't
it?
really need that.
Sat back down and watched it? Oh my God, that's awesome. Good for him.
Just sum it up. It is a good program. Yeah, we didn't make it to that area. We were there, so we didn't make it.
That's where the fight is started.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Well, still a ways to go before they have votes.
Yeah.
They're going to meet again, and Captain Lennon works and things like that. So they can,
Yeah.
Gracie and I ordered off Amazon
Yeah.
Jack Black Anaconda. Have you seen that? It was funny. There was funny part. It was ridiculous. There were a couple parts like I was crying laughing. He is ridiculous. I'm usually not a huge fan of him. I don't know. He's okay. He's one of those that kind of he's overrated. In my opinion. But his supporting, I love Paul Rudd. And I think it was Andy the other guy, and I can't think of his name. He's in some of those silly movies, but
yeah, you see like Jack Black, like playing his role, and then Paul Rudd was great guy.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Rudd was great. Oh my goodness.
That's actually one of Morgan's like hall passes.
I can see it. I can see it. He's just. I mean, it's not like he's this drop dead. He's funny.
did y'all see the letter from Paul?
Yeah, he was really good in it.
And I gave them.
I know Kevin was doing the wetlands. Are you doing the 1 acre or is he doing that?
Yes.
He is. Have a speaking part today. Have a speaking part. I can recap the Dave's West. I don't know if there's anything.
Yes. Because it went to council. You can kind of recap. Sounds big. Want to explore different.
Yeah.
I really because that you see the money. And it's a sale. It's a good sale thing for them. Things that it does, it's to use some money.
How you doing?
Good.
When is it?
Yeah.
We had
They'll
2
be
people
25%.
from you guys. Yeah. And they had to change their dates. Just waiting for them to get back. So I just explained this. I want you guys, that's 15 minutes. I want you to go over the comprehensive plan. Okay. And then, I mean, okay, is that okay? Yeah. So I'm very excited. Just I had already worked it out, and then they had to change it. So just wait.
I think it's just a nice. I think young
It's the
families.
gym track.
I think young families are going to be like.
Monday, you could take at 1 o'clock.
Could be a
Yeah.
So Wednesday would be better.
They're more likely to work. They do in the part of the
Yeah.
And I worked all weekend. They didn't send me an email. Today. Just so today.
I have that in my simulation. You said, no, sir.
It's 9:45, so we will start our planning committee for Monday, March 2nd. Next item is approval of minutes from February 2nd and February 18th meetings. If we have a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion passes. Next item is public comment. If we have anyone that would like to address the committee. Yes, ma'am. Just need a name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Good morning. Hi, how are you? Denise Fugo, Executive Director of Housing for All Mount Pleasant, 1000 Johnny Dobbs, Suite 103. And I'm here actually to thank the Planning Commission for reconsidering the proposal from Center Park Group to develop the 43 townhomes and on the land owned by First Baptist Church. We've met with them, and they're willing to do 5 affordable, attainable workforce housing units, which we're very excited about. And we know it will make the hospitals very happy because the hospitals are not so happy right now. And we also want to thank the county being willing to help us with the gap financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, good morning. I'm Jenny Palmer with Seaman Whiteside and Associates, address 8633 Refuge Point Circle, North Charleston. I'm here on behalf of the applicant for Center Park to talk about getting into the PD, the Dunes West PD again. Just wanted to take a minute and address a few of the comments that we had gotten from the last council meeting. One of them was mentioning maybe a daycare or some other use might be a better fit for that area. We did look into traffic generation because I know that came up during the council meeting as well. And a daycare generates significantly more peak hour trips than the residential use that we're proposing here. So traffic would actually not be helped by changing that use. We're also, as the lady mentioned earlier, committed to doing 10% affordable housing units at 80% AMI over a 30-year period. And as far as the connectivity to Publix, the developer has reached out to Publix and the shopping center to try to work together to make a safe connection happen. That property is owned by the shopping center, so they have purview over that land. All that we can do is try to work with them to try to make that happen. And just hopefully we can be on board together and create a safe connection there. But it's kind of up to the shopping center, so we're doing our part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, my name is Deborah Hewlett. I live at 1 Darlington Lane in Old Mount Pleasant, and I am also a member of First Baptist Church, and I'm on the committee that supports the sale of this property. And I thought I know you're not supposed to consider what the money's going to be used for, but I think it's important to know that our goal in selling this property is to have enough money to make some capital improvements on the building at First Baptist on McCants, because it needs lots of stuff because it was built in the 60s. So that's part of it. And the other part is the very thing that Denise mentioned and that we were talking about is affordable housing. We have realized that our staff lives far, far away. We have staff that live on James Island. We've had them live in Somerville, Daniel Island, Hanahan, because Mount Pleasant is difficult to find places to live on. So we thank you for considering this. I think it's really interesting because I'm just going to tell you this. 20 years ago, I went to our pastor and I said, there's a house right across from the church on Moultrie Street and we can get it for $250,000. And he said, Debbie, we are a church. We're not in the real estate business. And I think even hardliners like that would realize that you got to be aware of where people have to live in order to work in your facilities. So I really thank you for considering this possibility and for the Center Park being willing to go as high as 10% with their affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Morning. David C., 3404 Salterbeck Suite 202. And thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to take a look at the comments I had put forward in writing. You might be getting tired of hearing from me at this point in time, but thank you for listening on behalf of the church. And Debbie said it better than I could, just what the proceeds would be used for. But I do just ask that in the comments that I sent, that hopefully you saw that we've really gone bullet point by bullet point on behalf of the church to really understand what council has said and really any feedback that's been given, and really take those questions and comments seriously to try to give you some more information to help with your discussion. If there are any questions that come up today, I don't know all the proceedings and how it all works, but we're here, we're happy to discuss and have an iteration to make sure that we get all questions answered. And I do just want to thank everybody for always being willing to communicate with us. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and go on to item 4. It's continued discussion for the George Browder Boulevard, Dunes West PD.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. So this was deferred back to Planning Committee. I know you've received some updated correspondence from both the applicant and the Park West Association. And so we're really just here to answer any questions you have and to further discuss this.
Okay. Anyone? Mr. Dickey?
Yeah, there's two things that I think have come up that we want to make sure we include here. One has been mentioned, the affordable housing component. I've heard 10% and I've heard 5 units. So I would want to make sure we have 5 units rather than, of course, 4.3. And so if we could make that happen, I think that would be great. Agree with the previous commenters on that. Secondly, the condition of becoming part of the Park West Master Association has been brought up, and I think that would be a good idea. So those are the 2 things that I'd like to discuss.
Any other comment? Mr. Oh.
Yeah, my only comment about is the HOA. If it's affordable, why would you want to pay into an HOA? Would be my only question about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the dues are, but that would be my only concern.
Mr. Tinky.
I think, as I mentioned in the previous one, I think the density here, it follows our comp plan and our live, work, and play, and the focus on having hubs where people can work together. I think it's important. So I think it's a good place for it. I think the affordable housing, whether it's 5 or 10, but some component, is really an important one. I do think the items that were brought up by the HOA are important. They provide some consistency and stability to how this fits into the neighborhood. One of the items there is the architectural detail of the buildings themselves. That would provide a different, another layer of just a review to make sure it's consistent with the area. The other is the ingress and egress. We talked about the fact that the Life Park Church might not like auto access down around the pond area, but certainly it would seem to me that that would be a good place for a pedestrian bike ingress and egress. And actually, if it was wide enough, if there was emergencies, they could get in a little easier. It may not be by the pond, but by the roundabout. So I appreciate the talks with the shopping center. I do think there can be easy access to the All-American Way, and so I would really across the front of the development there. So the interconnectivity as far as that, I think, would be essential from my point of view. And then the HOA has a 20-foot buffer, and it's a 10-foot buffer that's been discussed here. So I think that would be something that would be interesting to look at as well, to make sure we have adequate buffer. We certainly have plenty on the backside on the Life Park Church. we may be okay, because if you look at here, it says a 20-foot drainage easement, but it would be nice if that was also a place where we maintain some trees within that. There's 30 feet there, so between the two of them, if we had a 20-foot buffer that protected a lot of those trees, that would be great. Those are my thoughts.
Is there a way for us to attach the design standards that they have for Park West without making them join the HOA? I mean, that could be part of, is there any way?
Could we exclude, I don't know if we can we exclude the affordable units from the requirement to be a part of the HOA?
I'm going to refer to Mr. Pagliarini. I think you could condition some architectural standards. I don't know how they would be tied to the HOA or if that would be required.
I just think, it should fit within the community as far as the design.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about affordability, I'm not that, I don't want to increase the cost of living there by forcing people to join an HOA. But I think the most important thing about being a part of the HOA is that it fits in with the community as far as the design standard. So I just wondered about that.
Good morning, everyone. So the question is, requiring as part of conditions which are permitted in the PD certain architectural standards. I think that certainly we couldn't do anything that would run contrary to our ordinances. That's the first thing, and I don't think that's the intent.
Right.
But if they would, the committee or the council would have to determine with staff's assistance what architectural standards are you trying to impose on them or require. If there are existing standards in any HOA, then I'd find it to be acceptable. Otherwise, I don't think it's appropriate to simply say we want, this and create our own. I guess is the way. We don't want a situation that can't be enforced nor understood.
Right. No, I just wanted to match the standards that exist within that PD.
Yeah, so if we condition the PD on becoming a part of Park West Master Association, does that then require all units, including affordable, to join the HOA and pay the extra dues that are associated?
Certainly would have to read the covenants and restrictions. I can't imagine it would, though. I doubt there's any section carved out.
Understood.
Follow-up question on that, Mr. Pagliarini. So we can have it be a condition if we chose to have it be part of the Park West HOA with the exclusion for the affordable housing, perhaps.
So, I'm sorry, the second part of it.
The first part would be to be a condition to be part of the HOA for the consistency and the flow, et cetera. That's number one. And number two, obviously, we're very concerned and would like to have affordable housing there. So how would that fit?
I think the problem of dictating to a third party covenants and restrictions, I don't believe there's any authority to condition that.
Okay, thank you.
So it's either or.
Well, we probably have to rely on our friends at the Park West HOA to maybe figure that out on their side.
We can condition the applicant, right, on the PD, but that condition doesn't extend to any parties outside of that application or third parties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like, okay.
And are we set on 5?
No.
Or did you? Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
That's what was proposed. I mean, sounds like
14% would be 6 units, and then 17% would be 7 units. 14% makes it a rounder number. It doesn't fall on 4.33, but if we wanted to put that in the language, it would add another unit. But I'm not sure the quantity that y'all feel comfortable with. For me, I am usually not in favor of changing the zoning, but the fact that this area already has 50 units that could be built somewhere within the PD, I feel like this is a better location. And if we can condition some affordable units, then that makes it more acceptable for me to approve.
I agree, and I think their point in the letter about saying adding 50 units within the actual PD would cause a lot more congestion and traffic, and the residents probably wouldn't want this. It's kind of like a outskirt of the neighborhood.
I have a motion.
Yes. Okay.
I would motion to recommend approval of this to council with the 2 conditions of joining the Park West Master Association and the inclusion of 5 units of affordable housing.
Do we have a second?
Discussion.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion. No, I,
Yep.
I think your
Discussion.
point of architectural detail is a good one. How we get to that is important. I would ask our staff, how would we do something to make sure that there was architectural review? Obviously, if it was an HOA, it would have architectural review. In this PD, how would we have architectural review over their buildings?
So this would be required to go through design review board, and there actually have been a couple of instances where DRB has approved the design of a building. It will then go to Park West Architectural Review Board, and they'll make some minor changes, and it'll then have to go back to design review board for them to adjust their approved plan. So they have some minor tweaks often where they will want it to kind of match the surrounding properties.
Okay.
But very similar style, Low Country vernacular from Park West and our code as well.
The second item would be the insurance that we have the interconnectivity to at least Life Park Church and All American, not All American Way. Yes, All American Way. I think that would be important as they work through the others to go through the Publix and the shopping center, and ideally, at least, it would seem to me it would be worthwhile to not have the people at the backside have to go all the way to the front. If they could have an access, pedestrian access, bike access around the roundabout area or in those areas.
So you're saying a car access?
No, just pedestrian bike, because it otherwise it's going into a parking lot. But it just gives access. Let's say the folks become members of the church and they are very involved. They can easily just walk there to the church in a easier way. So that would be the others. I am concerned about the buffer on the side of between the buildings and the parking lot and the church. So I would vote to have the interconnectivity. Architectural detail, I think you responded. It'll have to go through design review board. So that was a good answer. And I'd like to see a wider buffer. If it's not 20 feet, 15, because the HOA and Park West is consistent with 20 feet, and we really appreciate having buffers up and down the highways. It's not so stark, because this is going to go from a very green area to very dense with that. So again, I'll go back to the 20. I think the 20 would be better.
I do think, in response to that, Mike, if we're conditioning it on joining the Park West Master Association, and they have a different buffer requirement, again,
Right.
I think that probably
It would.
then be worked out with them.
Well, it would.
Which,
But are you? Is that your recommendation?
yes,
Part
and
of
my
the
motion
HOA?
was to join the
Oh,
HOA
okay.
and to have the 5 units
Okay.
of affordable. Yeah,
Perfect.
because
Okay.
I think that addresses
Yeah.
some of what you mentioned.
And that would address the interconnectivity.
I don't think it would, because the shopping center owns that property, is my understanding.
No, I'm talking about to
here on
All American Way.
Yeah. I don't think that was not in my motion, but yeah, I hear you on that.
How would that be handled? Is it already included?
I think you could amend the motion to include that as a condition.
Okay. If you're so amenable, I would include the interconnectivity to All American Way of
And that's pedestrian
pedestrian
connectivity.
bike,
Correct.
pedestrian bike path.
My only question
Mr.
with
Tinky, is that an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Then we need a second.
Second for discussion. They did mention that this property is owned by the shopping center, so that's something that would have to be worked out with them.
So I think we're referring to Life Park. That they own the property.
When he mentioned getting to the shopping center.
No.
Oh, just right here? Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean, that would
no,
just be.
two connectivities, one there and one down to the right. Yeah, to the right, not the one that goes to Publix, which is straight across. This one, the one that goes to Publix in the shopping center would have to be dealt with by the Publix Shopping Center, but the one that comes out the front entrance going down to the right and tying in to the All American Way would be to the point that they can do it. Putting in their amenities is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay. All right. No further discussion. So first, I guess we need to vote for the amendment. Okay. All in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And then the next is we'll vote on the original motion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me.
The
You didn't have. I'm sorry.
her original motion.
Before we
recommendation.
vote, how are we handling the affordable housing?
My
She
motion
said
was
5.
5 units.
Okay. All
Is-
That's
are
the
you com-
recommendation to council, which
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So yeah, her motion included the affordable housing and joining the HOA. Okay. Are you?
Is there a way to exclude the affordable housing with the HOA? I mean, I just don't think that's
From what I
fair.
understood from our corporation counsel, that's not, we can't dictate
Yeah.
them excluding these 5 units.
You might want to.
but we can. I think we can have some further discussion with the parties involved on how they might,
Yeah.
come around to that.
How would we do that if we pass the motion?
Well, I mean, the association, I assume, has control over the association, and so they could choose. I would assume. I'm making an assumption here to do something like that, but that's not under our purview, is my understanding.
Right.
Here he comes.
Well, it's under our it's under
Mr.
our
Paglerini.
it's under our purview of the HOA though, and so whether we make the motion go in HOA or not, and one of the items that we're most unanimous about is affordable housing. So I wouldn't want to have, to your point, something where it slips through the cracks and it doesn't happen. So that I don't know how we do that. So
I just think my understanding is it's got to be good faith that they're going to help some, but we can't mandate it.
So I think working backwards, there's a number of ways to try to get there. And the first thing I'll say is amendments cannot be made until final reading. So
okay.
there is a time period, and it depends on what this committee wants to do. Do you want staff to review this, work with the applicant to try to put together some sort of feasible arrangement that everyone is relatively confident they can move forward before it goes to council? We didn't have first reading.
No.
No, we didn't.
Or you can do first reading, and in that interim period, have council weigh in on everything that you've discussed. I think those are the two basic options.
I mean, I think I would prefer having first reading so the council can weigh in. I mean, that's in my opinion. And then, to your point, working that through before you can amend it, even if we needed to.
Second.
At second.
Well, especially since this is continued discussion today, we don't have to take a final action. So this would allow us to take that time to work through the details to make sure we get what we all hope we would get.
So Mr. Tanky, are you saying you would rather defer this another month for discussion rather than vote today to send it on to council?
I'm concerned it'll slip through the cracks. I'm fine that it goes to council, but I'm really concerned about the affordable housing slipping through the cracks. So,
because that would make
but
it
we
first
still
reading,
could-
and
but
then
we
we would
still
own.
we still could do it at first reading, is what you're saying.
No, we would have to wait until second
Yeah.
reading to amend it.
Yeah.
So this recommendation would go on to council for a first reading. If there's anything we're uncomfortable with, if we have more details to work out before that.
Well, I think we can move forward and keep moving forward with
Okay.
it. We'll have time to make a determination before final reading.
Okay. All right. So all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. No opposition. Okay. We'll recommend that to council then. Next item is review of planning commission recommendations from their February 18th meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. So some of you all may recall this 1.1 acre parcel from a 2023 request. This was a property owned by Olive Branch AME. And if you recall, just to refresh your memory, this was all R1 under the church campus. The request was to take the parcel, sorry about that, and put it into the Indigo Square PD. And there were 3 conditions that both commission and council put onto this property with that PD amendment in 2023. First was the 15-foot buffer. Second was the 4,000 square foot max building. And third was the NC and OP uses, neighborhood commercial, office professional. And that comes with a variety of uses that can be used in the commercial setting. The one that it did exclude was drive-through. And that is the extent of the request here today, to add drive-through uses for this one parcel, not to the entire PD within the development, but for this one parcel to add drive-through uses. So glad to answer any questions you might have and discuss.
Anyone have a?
Apologize.
I think it's probably a good use of the property. It gives a safety valve from a funding standpoint for the church and help with what they're doing. The same questions I normally would ask: is that sufficient buffer for noise in a drive-through there coming through, and how would that to affect the Wando East townhomes? Just concerned about the noise.
Sure. So the 15-foot buffer requirement also came along with an 8-foot fence.
Right.
So I didn't mention that part. There is that second element to the buffer where it's required to have an 8-foot fence, then the 15-foot vegetated buffer. That's standard.
I would feel more comfortable if I'm all for doing this. I'd be more comfortable if there was trees in that buffer too, because the trees would go beyond the 8-foot and would provide both a visual and a noise buffer there. So that would be my only change to it. I'm all for it if we could have a buffer with that.
All right. Would you be referring to preservation of existing trees?
Yes.
Okay. So predominantly,
yeah,
making the buffer up of existing trees where there is a gap in that requirement, then
right,
filling in, correct?
Absolutely preferable always to keep the trees and just do a buffer. But other than that, it seems like a real good use. I'd move to approve with that.
Second.
Okay. Do we know the history of Indigo Square in general? I understand that Commission recommended this area not have drive-throughs when it was first established. I mean, that's kind of a pop question today. I don't know if y'all know the history of that.
Sure.
It was not recommended to do drive-throughs here.
Correct. And I will say, not all parcels are created equally. If you look internal to this development, drive-throughs would be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
This is a corner parcel on adjacent to a major road, so there is a difference and a distinction to be made between this parcel and internally within that development. But you're correct, drive-throughs were not permitted, and they had very specific uses. They could have easily adopted the town use table, but they said, no, we're going to allow these 8 or 9 uses, and that was not one of them.
I mean, I do have some concern that this lot is right at the entrance, the only entrance to this development. Well, I guess they can go over on the other side. That's right by Walgreens, right? Okay. But they're so close to Highway 17. I mean, how do we prevent any drive-through from backing up right there at the entrance and then maybe being a problem? Because we see it right here with the Starbucks blocking Houston Northcutt. It's a major problem.
Sure.
To be so close to such, a major thoroughfare.
So that's a great question. And recently, our transportation department has developed new guidelines. A traffic study will be required for this use. So it used to be that you would have to break 75 peak hour trips and be more than 40,000 square feet. Now we're able to take unique uses like this and apply a traffic study and a queuing study as well. DRB is going to be looking at how are you going to stack and route these around the building without it overflowing into the public right-of-way.
Do we have any knowledge of what brand might be interested in this specific spot? Is it a Krispy Kreme or In-N-Out burger? That way we're going to have the traffic back up.
That's the question. You know, it depends on what it is.
That would be a question for the applicant. I just know that drive-through was the request.
I thought that was the what we did.
And Peter had a good point. The Planning Commission only recommended approval because that traffic impact assessment's required. Now that if you have a drive-through, so that was why they were comfortable recommending approval for this request. So
Now, so that would take into account what would actually be coming, because like another bank would not have as many cars as a Starbucks.
Sure. I don't believe that the church is looking at banks. They're definitely looking at because if it were just a bank, I believe OP NC uses probably would permit that. But when you're talking about drive-through restaurant, it gets down to that level of specificity.
Mm-hmm.
So this is drive-through restaurant, but it's incredibly common to have corner lots next to major roads, and Oakland has 2, Bell Point, and then you've got Town Center has 2 as well, where it's just kind of this magic equation where you have a corner parcel next to a major road, and it just meets consumer trends. It's very common.
Okay.
If a traffic study's conducted and it comes back with like it could come back that drive-through's not recommended. Is that possible?
Sure. I mean, there are always levels of mitigating factors, but if it was just, hey, this just isn't possible, that would have to be another conversation we have with them down the road. But there are ways to mitigate with that traffic assessment's going to come, here are the things that are required, conditions within this parcel.
Now I know we got the new Starbucks over there on Bowman, and they weren't allowed to put a drive-through, and that had to do with just the impact it would have, that intersection and the traffic and everything, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? All right.
Mr. Tinky, I just need clarification on the motion. Did your motion include the preservation of the existing trees and filling in the buffer as needed to maintain the 50-foot required buffer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. And your second did as well?
Mhm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Oh, the next item was withdrawn. Okay. Well, we won't see that again. It's withdrawn, or they could reapply later, or
There would have to be substantial changes for them to apply under the year probation.
okay. All right. So the next item is a text amendment for Chapter 156.
Thank you. This is in chapter the zoning code 156. This stems from many months of discussion with the Planning Commission. We started this out probably early 2025, where we were talking about character, density, neighborhood, subdivision request, what's ahead of the town of Mount Pleasant as it relates to subdivisions. The Planning Commission, there was a whole list of topics that were discussed, and one of the things that surfaced very quickly was the density definition. Currently, it exempts, our density exempts subdivisions that are less than 1 acre, which means you can actually increase your density of like a 0.8, 0.9 acre piece of property on R1 development, and we've seen those, to be more dense than what would normally be allowed in the zoning code. So this has been on the books for quite some time. So this is a very easy, it's very simple, straightforward strike through, where they're adding for the purpose of lot subdivision and development, density is applicable to all parcels of land, regardless of the parcel size. Also included in this is just, skip one. Oh, there it is. Just a simple calculation using R3 district, 6 dwelling units per acre as part of the calculation in the zoning code. So that's a quick trigger. So this is very simple, straightforward. There was a public hearing on this. Planning Commission really had very little discussion on it because we had talked about it for quite some time now, and I think everybody was in favor of this. This does stem from a lot of requests that we've been seeing in the old village area, as well as the unincorporated areas that are becoming incorporated in the more northern part of Mount Pleasant. So they felt like this is a pretty good move.
So
Miss-
okay.
A second for discussion.
So this originally came from them. They saw it as a problem when subdivision came to them. They realized
Yes, ma'am.
that this is sort of closing a loophole.
Good 4 to 6 months ago, staff presented a kind of a list of items for discussion at the Planning Commission level. And we've kind of kept going back to those items, talking about some of the improvements, what could be fixed and what could not be fixed. And this one, of course, went straight to the top as far as one of the primary and priority issues that the Planning Commission felt like they needed to move forward with quickly. Excuse me. We are still discussing the subdivision request by way of access easement. Planning Commission wanted some verbiage changed on the proposal for February 18th month, and it is going back before them in the March, and that is an LDR waiver. Now, this could be tabled and those coupled together and then moved forward in April, or this can go independently. It's completely up to y'all, but there's more to come when it comes to subdivisions off ingress egress easements, and I think they identified that as a correction that needs to be needed, as well as increase those standards for that. So yes, ma'am, we've been discussing this for a number of months, and I've had some really good discussion, and I've presented examples to them, and they've also seen real world examples of requests that's come in too. So I think this is a very good move.
Okay.
One question.
Yes.
Do you see any risk in, one more month so that we could put that together with the LDR and having density come through that, that otherwise?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea because it's all part of that same discussion.
Right.
And the intent was to bring them together. They wanted some changes to some of the language of what was being proposed. So I'm going to go back to them for just some minor stuff. They wanted to make it a little bit stronger, a little bit tighter. But I think it's a great idea to bring them together. That way the discussion is all about the same general topic, and that's the small lot subdivisions.
I'm comfortable with moving this portion forward, and
I could withdraw my motion.
No.
Let me ask you a question. My understanding is this does close a loophole, and it also is less density because it's closing the loophole. It's not more density.
No, it stops the higher densities from occurring for
Right.
less than 1 acre.
Right.
So that was occurring in the past.
Right.
Actually.
No, I know.
We've
That's
had a
why I'm
number
in favor of it, because it does.
Right. Yes, sir. So yes, this does close a loophole in that regard.
And the follow-up question as to what deferring or not deferring, what would be the detriment to passing it forward today? Would that in any way inhibit them, or?
Yeah, it's fairly independent with each other. One provides a standard for the subdivisions, and this one just eliminates the density threshold. So they're fairly independent, but they're all under the same kind of general topic.
So there'd be no impediment to them by having this move forward since they had already approved it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Yeah. You withdrew your second.
Well, he didn't withdraw his second, so I think the motion's still on the floor.
Still on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, if we'll leave the motion on the floor, then we'll vote. All in favor of recommending this? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is update on our wetlands ordinance.
Yes. This is Can you do it? Okay. All right. Well, we're skipping. All right. This is an ongoing discussion on this topic. It's been It's been there. There we go. This is just a timeline of history, just to keep track of where we are and where we've been. Basically, it's been to the Green Commission a number of times, been back to flood resilience, and I think you guys have seen this before in December. This is a work in progress. We've made some changes. We started in one direction, course corrected, added the single family activity. It went to Planning Commission on February 18th. And is now being presented as a public update because this is Chapter 155. The hearing is done at Town Council, not at the official hearing is done at Town Council, not at Planning Commission, but it was presented at Planning Commission for, their commentary and awareness. And now we are moving forward to flood resilience later today, as well as in front of you guys, and hopefully move forward through Town Council first reading in possibly April. So, as a refresher, some key components of this. This only pertains to non-jurisdictional wetlands. There's some ordinances out there from other municipalities that do include the jurisdictional wetlands. Originally, our task was to close that gap between the SACIT and the jurisdictional requirements. Those were redefined the U.S. waters definition, which excluded those isolated wetlands. So that was our primary task, is to address the non-jurisdictional wetlands. The other key component is verification has to be done by a professional, somebody that knows what they're doing and has at least 5 years of experience. The third component is, as we just discussed, subdivision requests, not excluded, as well as single family activity, that is also not excluded. Now, I got a little complicated with that, and we'll discuss here in just a second, but the other key component is the buffer. Other municipalities are going much larger buffers, 75 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. Bluffton has a very large buffer. This one, Ondaw has a fairly large buffer as well. We started in the smaller direction to start out, and Planning Commission wanted the caveat of, or deemed larger by the Planning Commission for situations where there's larger tracts of land, there's larger isolated wetlands, those would require larger buffers. We were heading in the direction of this being applicable to smaller tracts of land, because that's basically what we're seeing, and that's kind of what is in front of us as far as the future of development is majority of it is going to be smaller tracts of land, so they would be less impactful to the developable area of the area, but you're still protecting and accomplishing the goal. Now, the exceptions being, overriding public interest. We added the 5 acre threshold verbatim. That was the city of Bluffton's kind of took the lead on that one. But all 3 conditions have to be met. There has to be no historical traces of wetlands as per the mapping tool. And then the owner has to provide an affidavit, no known wetlands. And then there also has to be no increase in density. There's no additional units being proposed, aka subdivision. So all 3 have to be met. And if you do have a single family home and there is history of a traces of wetland on that property, then you would have to have a wetlands professional determine whether or not there is an isolated wetland on your property. So it doesn't exempt single family residents. So I was asked, Ms. Whitaker, I believe you asked me to kind of go a little bit into what the town Ondaw has. I reached out to them. Currently, it's under review by Planning Commission. It has went to their council for the first reading and will be going back for their second reading, pending what Planning Commission does. But some of the key components of their ordinance, it does protect jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands. In all other cases, the property owner attests to land without delineation. That's the owner has no known knowledge of wetlands on the property or a wetlands professional certification. So those were the exemptions, and I do believe all other cases would really pertain to single family areas. The buffer, they have a 75-foot minimum width. There's 100 foot for wildlife refuges, parks, water bodies, industrial and agricultural areas. because they have, I think because they have a fairly large buffer, they have something that is called a wetland impact application where it goes straight to the planning manager. He reviews the entirety of the application, and and that goes to public notice on the agenda for the planning commission, and it also is a sign posted on the property before the planning commission meeting. Now, the planning commission does do a review and decision, and they can approve based on conditions placed on that. So those requests would be working inside of a buffer or either filling in an isolated wetland. The exemptions would be nothing out of the ordinary there, trails, planting of native plants, removing invasives, outdoor recreation, scientific research, maintenance, and existing structures. They do have non-conforming structures that are inside of a buffer or isolated wetland that would not be allowed to expand or be rebuilt. So those are the components of the town of Ondal. Like I said, they're moving through their discussion, and we'll probably have first reading about they're tracking about the same as we are on that. Is there any questions on this while I get into the next part?
I did have a question. When people buy property and are having it surveyed, would that be an opportunity for some wetlands to be identified? I know we were saying we hate to put a burden on everybody, and they can just sign an affidavit that they don't have any, and we have to take their word for it. So I just wondered, what opportunity would we have for something like that to be tracked?
Right.
Would a property survey do that?
That does make it a little difficult because those real estate transactions, we are not involved with them.
Right.
It's a private exchange with another private exchange. Some people do get boundary surveys. Some people don't. Some people have a Carolina Park where they're just going in and having a closing. I do see some older tracts of land where they'll submit a boundary survey just because there could be a structure that's kind of close to the property line and there's some negotiation between both parties. But that is part of the exemption now, is to exempt boundary surveys and property line adjustments, things of that nature, to not get involved with those real estate transactions between two parties. But again, this is something for y'all to discuss. We could definitely look into those type of matters, but there are an abundance of real estate transactions each month to get involved with. And we would, if the new owner would want to apply for a building permit, then that's when it would be reviewed as well. So it would be caught kind of after the real estate closing if they were to move forward with land development. The real estate closing doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be land development.
Right.
Would it be helpful? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, how many properties does this affect again?
This is townwide.
Townwide.
Yes,
do
ma'am.
we know that number of how many?
And that's coming next. It's a great segue into what we're going to be presenting is a mapping tool. But
can you define non-jurisdictional wetlands and show that so we can see the difference between jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands?
Well, a non-jurisdictional wetland is disconnected from the larger water body. That's basically as simple as it is. It's just an area, a low pocket area. Maeve will kind of get into that a little bit. It's a low pocket area with hydraulic soils, some vegetation. There's traces of wildlife, and some of them are dry during dry season. But there basically is just an area where there is no hydraulic connection with a larger water body.
They were not connected throughout the year. That's the big debate between Sackett and the others. They would be connected underground because, for example, if you have a wetlands on Laurel Hill, that wetlands that's there would connect into Toomer Creek, which would go into a larger body of water, correct?
Groundwater it does move through higher areas and low areas. Yes, sir.
Right.
There's a connection there.
You have a definition?
I was just going to say the biggest part about the redefinition of the U.S. waters is that it's surface level connection. So yes, you're correct that these waters most likely still have an underground connection, but since they're no longer have a surface level connection to a bigger body of water, they're no longer federally protected.
Perfect, thank you.
So Allendale's chosen to protect both.
They have, yes, ma'am. They have an.
I've wondered
overlapping-
why we didn't, from the beginning, why we wouldn't do the same.
One of the primary purposes, tasks that we were, is to fill that gap. Now, it's available. I mean, we could definitely go the same route, but that was not my task. My task was to look at the isolated wetland.
Because the
gap.
jurisdictional wetlands are already protected still
Yes.
protected federally.
Yes, ma'am. Those are under core jurisdiction and protection there. But
We have.
But the, now Georgetown is just coming out with one too, is that correct?
50.
they
50
are
feet.
moving through. Yes, sir.
That's a different one, that's 50 feet, is that correct?
It is written a little differently. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It is a little different. Subdivisions, three lots and greater, and I think they do exclude the single-family residence. Don't quote me on that, but I do not have a copy of their ordinance. But yes, sir, they are.
So if we're really trying to protect, preserve, and enhance our wetlands, is there any unintended consequence of having the number where it is now that would allow people to actually do more? Obviously, this protects more because we don't have this right now.
That's correct.
Which is great. So it's a great start that we're going to protect this area. The question then really comes as to the science of what. It's really more of a science. It is a political question, but a science question on what the amount of feet is and the unintended consequence on people's homes and development.
You're exactly right. The implementation part
Just
is
the width.
yeah.
The different widths. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it needs a little bit more study on as to the widths. I fully applaud us doing this, and I'm looking forward to sitting in on the meeting later on the wetlands. But it seems to me we ought to continue. I'm for all moving forward, but I want to make sure that these buffer widths have a rationale behind them that really helps maintain our wetlands and our flows and the rest of, and not all of a sudden give an opportunity for people to fill in and go, because when we set something like this, I notice people go right to 10 feet. They go right to 5 feet. And so I want to make sure that we have protection so that we, it's sometimes a little bit more aspirational than the minimum width. How did we really come up with the 10 feet and 20
Well,
feet and 5?
We had the smaller subdivisions, smaller development in mind. People's backyards, people's one lot into two, that sort of stuff. If you have a 75-foot buffer, you're pretty much rendering it undevelopable, and that opens up a whole nother issue that it would, in my opinion, would stymie the progress that we're trying to make. Because now it gets into a legal area where it could take years to get through. So we were just trying to make it as more amenable to what people would like to do and protect their isolated wetlands if they have isolated wetlands on their on their property. The average, we kind of modeled this after the critical line buffer. It's an average width. We gave some flexibility on maybe some reduction on one side and some increase on the other side. Planning Commission wanted to make sure that, for larger tracts of land, they wanted to be able to have the ability to increase that width when it's appropriate. But there's really no magical number. If there's, it just gives you that discrepancy of protecting the actual boundary of the buffer by not getting too close to it. It's a little bit more of a land development setback to make sure that there's no field errors or anything that will, impact the actual isolated wetland, is to have a little bit of an offset from it.
So your wetlands identified under number 2 by the field investigation, that determines it. Because that's a certified professional that does it, and once you know that wetland, then this number 4 goes into place.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Ms. Whitaker, you have a question?
Oh, I was going to get back to Ms. Crosby's question. So the mapping tool, I wanted to.
Yes, that's the best part, actually. We're very excited about this, and of Maeve Gambert. She's our environmental manager. She's been working closely with our GIS department. This has a very sensitive trigger here, Maeve, but she's been working very closely with us. This is a work in progress. This is kind of like first generation of being able to apply this. But as she'll explain, this is something for us in-house to use. It's not going to be part of this ordinance, even though these sources are identified in our ordinance. The actual mapping tool is not, because it's going to be refined and move forward as this gets better. So, Maeve?
Good morning. Yes, so before we get into the map itself, I just wanted to cover the elements that go into the map before you guys get overwhelmed with looking at the whole map. But so starting from top to bottom, one of the layers is hydric soil layer, and this is soil in wet conditions. And this is taken from the National Resource Conservation Service. They have a plethora of natural resource inventory data, and it's provided by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The next one in green is the National Wetland Inventory. So this is a tool that we currently use, but it hasn't been updated since 2011, so there are quite a bit of gaps. And this is through the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. And then thirdly is the sinks, which are depressional areas in the town that can hold water. And this was calculated internally by the town parcel map and topography data from 2025. Oh boy. Can you just go one? Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is the map as a whole, but to go through the layers that were then implemented onto the map, starting from the bottom, the green, that is our NWI data, so that is all of the wetlands that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service identified in 2011. Then moving up to the dark red, that is our hydric soil layer through the NRCS. So again, soil that is in wet conditions. We're in the low country. Most of the soil is in wet conditions. That's why a lot of the map is in that color. Purple are the depressions, the sinks. So again, those depressional areas in the town that can hold water. And then here's when we get into layering those on top of each other. So the blue is the hydric soil plus the sinks. So where those two overlap, that's going to be blue. Third, in the bright red, that's where all three of those come together. So the hydric soil, the National Wetland Inventory, and the sinks in the town, where those three things overlap, is going to be red. So then to get into examples of how this can be applied. You want to go one more? Okay, great. So this is in the Old Village, a parcel off Pocahontas Street, up from McCants and down from Erkman, to orient ourselves. And then you can go to the next slide. Or maybe I can't. Okay, great. So this lot is approximately 0.4 acres on Pocahontas Street. On the left, we have our 2025 GIS imagery. So the back of the parcel, undeveloped. You can see there's vegetation there. And when we applied our mapping tool, there was hydric soil plus a sink, so an area which can hold water. So we would ask if this owner came through to put in a shed or a pool to then go get a wetland delineation.
Now, we have a question on that.
Yes.
Could they not build it in the back where it's not?
So they would have to, because
Could
we
they just
have
put it in the back corner and not build on that spot?
So this is just to give us an indication if there could be wetlands there.
No.
This is not saying there
Exact.
definitely are. Correct.
Okay.
So there are three main factors that go into a wetland, one being vegetation, vegetation that you can find in an aquatic environment, correct? Hydric soil, and then it has to be wet for a certain amount of months over the year. And that would, you can tell that by taking a soil sample.
So we would I mean, we could encourage them to just build on a higher spot in the yard, though. Like if they had, you know, if it was a big enough lot.
Yeah. So
And
if
they found that they were just the way we say move the garage because of the tree. We could say move this because of this wetland area. You can't really fill that, so you can build this on a different spot.
if they
Is that
went and
how it
hired
would
a wetland scientist to get a delineation and it was confirmed that there are wetlands there.
Okay. Do you have a question too?
Say that was a wetland, and then
Mhm.
there's like a 10-foot buffer, and there's a 10-foot setback.
Six.
So then I don't
They could do 6 feet
I
for
got
a
feeling
shed
you've
or
got some
something.
more slides here.
I do.
And they're going to get a darker in color. I'm getting ready to see the red one. So let's see what you got.
Okay, so another example is a row of lots off of Rifle Range and at the corner of Bowman Road. So on the left, again, here's our 2025 GIS imagery, densely vegetated. Then we apply our mapping tool and we can see there's quite a bit of hydric soil and the sinks there, the depressions. So this would be grounds for going to get a delineation again before any of those properties were to develop. So we wanted to spot check this a little bit to make sure that those were indicators and correctly identifying wetlands. So this is oh, sorry. Can we go back one? Great. This is an example, again, off Rifle Range. This is a newer subdivision that has come through. It went through our development review team process. They did go out and get a delineation for wetlands. And if you go to the next slide. Okay, so on the left is our delineated wetlands. So that's all in this corner here. And then if we look at our map, we have all of the indicators there. The NWI data is on there, the hydric sinks, and the hydric soil. So it is correctly showing us where these wetlands are. So that was just a nice spot check, a delineation that we had, and we were able to apply it. Sorry, can you go to the next one? Okay. One more example. So this is a parcel off of Pine Hollow Road, right off of Shem Creek. We have jurisdictional wetlands all around Shem Creek. They do not go up into the parcel, but we have applied our mapping tool and we saw there's lots of vegetation there. There's hydric soil, there's a sink. And then I went one step further and looked on Google Images, Street View, to see what this parcel looks like from the street. And you can see there's standing water here, aquatic vegetation, and we have the confirmation from our natural resource data that there could be wetlands there. So another example where we would ask them to go get a delineation before building on the property. And then just to answer some questions that have popped up throughout this, hydric soil data plus the sinks. This is not including most stormwater ponds. When we first did this iteration, it did include the stormwater ponds. So when we calculated all of the acreage, it was higher, but we were able to take some of those ponds out. It was around 3,800 acres, so a little less than 9% of the town had the hydric soil plus the sinks overlapping to create that blue color. And again, this is just some information. So when we implement this, we don't have to go ask every single person that comes through with a building permit to go get a wetland delineation. We have data available to us to give us some insight whether there could be wetlands there or not.
Okay, that's helpful.
That's amazing.
It's a great job.
Amazing work.
Mhm.
Great job.
Totally
Thank
agree.
you.
Great job.
Okay,
Good job.
great.
Seemed like there was a couple things that overlap too, because we have 27 drainage basins or get that number wrong, Mr. Mitchell and Old Mount Pleasant and the Old Village.
Yes, sir.
So
That's correct.
that overlaps with it too, and that's where some of our problems come up with between neighbors and folks on the wetlands area. So this would help solve this issue because it'd be real clear up front, so people wouldn't necessarily buy. They could see what they're going to get. And another thing I think really is interesting is there's trees in all those, and those trees help protect the wetlands as well. So, no, that's good. Great work.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Liz is going to just recap our special meeting and talk about a few additional things with the 10 mile. And
Okay.
so I will turn it over to her. Good luck with that.
All right, thank you.
I'm worried about this
Apparently
clicker
it's
here.
bigger.
And okay, so here we are again. Thanks. Let's get into this because I know we're running short. So we talked last time about. I thought there were some other slides. Wait a minute. There was another slide. Is there another slide? Okay. So I wanted to go back. There should be a slide that talks about the special meeting. That one. Okay. From the special meeting. Just wanted to kind of recap what we did there. And then these changes have been made in the draft that you've got access to. So ADUs, we kept the language as it was because it is controlled by the building coverage on the lot, which is tighter, less coverage on the lot. Signage and street names will require coordination with 10 Mile. We didn't do anything with the recreation entertainment because it seemed acceptable. Affordable and workforce housing, the duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes as workforce housing options could be allowed in the urban suburban area with a special exception. However, we did not do any bonus densities. We kept the use option, like mix it up a little bit with the uses, but not the bonus density. We got rid of the special stormwater language, and we decided to tie the district boundary to the original 10 Mile historic district boundary. Make sure I captured all those correctly. So if you'll move it forward, please, guys. To the, all right, so historic district boundary in the pink, and then what the county had. If you'll move it forward one more, please. So this is, put those together. Here's what we've got in terms of what would be our district boundary, what we've been talking about with the land uses accordingly. So we, for the areas that had been included in the historic district that had been annexed into the town, we've put the coordinating land use recommendations on those properties just to make sure that, you know, we got everybody covered. One thing I want to point out on this one, and I'm terrible with this, so, oh, did it right. Okay, you'll notice these three lots here. We'll talk about this in just a minute. They were included in the overlay district, but not in the historic district of the county. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. And how do I get rid of that corner? Okay. So two things that as we were kind of going back through this and making sure we had the maps right and all that sort of thing, two things that kind of jumped out. I'm going to start with the bottom one because I just pointed out those lots. I don't know whether we want to include those, even though they weren't in the historic district to begin with because the county put them in the overlay, or do we exclude them just because they're in the, you know, it's, I don't know that it's a big deal. I don't know that but that's a point. Just, they're on our map now as part of our overlay. If you don't want them to be, we can take them off. I just wanted to point out on the top of this slide, the community mixed use overlay, the properties here that are kind of on the north side of the neighborhood on the right-hand side of 17 are already our 10 Mile, let me get it, 10 Mile hub in our overlay district, in our zoning code, excuse me. So and the same with the county. County had them as their business service node is what they call it. So the recommendation is that those would stay as they already are recommended in our overlays in our code, instead of trying to come up with something new for those. And that's how the county had treated it as well. So just pointing that out because it did look a little different. Wanted to make sure that that you understood that those they're still within this area, but they are in a separate overlay. Next slide, I think. Okay, you can move on because that was kind of so were there any questions, I guess I should say, on the code itself as it presently stands, as we amended it last go round?
They had a chart and it talked about properties being used for almost like short-term rentals. I don't know if you have that chart here, but our short-term rental rule and permits and all that would
Our
apply.
short-term rental rules apply.
Right, so they
Yes,
would
ma'am.
just be part of the number of permits we allow
Yes,
in that area. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want, I just don't want these areas targeted,
We-
for things that we don't want to
referenced
happen.
back to our short-term rental
Okay.
ordinance,
All
so
right.
it would be part of ours. And so I guess a question for y'all at some point here is, where are we in this review process? Are we ready for this to go to Planning Commission to start that public review process, or is there still need for conversation at this level or council level, in your opinion? You have a
I just
question?
wanted to confirm with the stormwater, that was just redundant because it goes over with the town.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we took out the different language and just it will
Well, it's town
reflect the town's
Okay.
ordinance. Yes, ma'am.
I think it's ready.
It's ready to do.
I move
Yeah.
to approve.
I'd move to approve, but I'd like to, I don't know if it's the appropriate time to do it from our attorney, but with a pending ordinance doctrine that has the historic overlay.
I think it has to go to Planning Commission first.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to go to the planning commission for a public hearing, and then it'll come back to you after that.
Okay.
And I think then there can be the pending ordinance first reading.
And that's the character analysis you're talking about? Yeah.
Historic overlay.
Yeah. So can I move to approve?
Second. Or send, move to send it to planning.
Planning
Right,
Commission.
correct.
Move to send it to planning commission.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
Great job.
Okay.
Thanks.
All
And
in
then-
favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And then
Motion
there's the
passes.
conversation about the historic district, but we can get into that a different day.
Have we heard from any other communities that having any interest in?
Not yet, but I haven't reached out to them either. So,
Okay.
but we can start that conversation if you think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you.
Please do.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if that's it, we will adjourn. There we go.
Well, we're right on time.
We did.
You got your questions, obviously. answered.
Remote day or go
That's good, right?
Yeah.
Technology has decided to stop working today.
I didn't even see that in any discussions before about this.
Did that extra density.
Two buttons, fine. Yeah, we'll see. They weren't working before.
Right.
And they never bought it back to us, did they? Yeah, they didn't know anything about it.
I know.
They don't. I mean, why would you want that?
We finished on time. It's all me. We're on time.
We're on time.
All right.
Okay, where do I need to move?
You're fine, right?
I'm fine right there. Okay, good.
Am I okay here? Perfect. I like it.
Headed to a funeral in Orangeburg.
Yeah, she was like, I wasn't good. Oh, you're talking about AI? Yeah. That's an interesting connection. Do you really need an AI when it's actually not? No, yeah. No, yeah. Basically, it's probably. Right. Yeah, we're called for to get loops and stuff. How are you in construction?
I might be coming from a little
It was
further north.
really, it was nice not to be here. I spent the rest of the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know if the water temperature's.
It's everywhere.
Oh, I saw something.
If you go out of the neighborhood, start.
So like
But yes, we'll mix in another.
And everybody's, I don't
But it's a
look it up.
It's just like a visual.
Well, and when you leave the, and in fact, when you leave the village, you know, you have a tree right there on Wilton, on Middle Street, on Live Oak, and on Mechanic Street. People do. Yeah. As far as, I think what I did some work with
Come on in, Howard.
on the police judicial legal, I think high school kids are required to have a sticker for their cars. If they're required to have a sticker for their cars, then schools say, why can't we do the flags? If they don't have a sticker, they're illegal.
In my quarterly meeting with Anita, I asked them to do that.
I talked to Jewett yesterday too, and she said the same thing. She said,
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I like it.
Is it technically 11 o'clock?
It's 11:01.
Is it? Let me call to order the transportation meeting, Mount Pleasant Town Council, for this March 2nd. Hard to believe we're in the month of March. Is this weekend the Spring Forward the time?
This weekend, yes.
Coming up, okay. Just want to remind everybody of that. Item number 2, approval of the minutes from our February meeting, please.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, minutes are approved. Item 3, public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward, give your name and address. 2.5 minutes.
Good morning. How's everyone today?
Good
morning.
Good. Y'all need shorter microphones. I'm just kidding. Cheryl Woods Flowers, 1529 Old Village Drive, and I'm sorry I have to bother you all again today about these roundabouts, but I spoke about a lot of things when I was here before, but I just have to be really upfront and honest with you one more time about 2018, November 2018, when my husband went into cardiac arrest, didn't have heartbeat for 20 minutes, and was hit with paddles for 7 times before they almost coded him. Finally took him to the hospital downtown. But if EMS and our wonderful fire people and police people had not arrived, I mean, the seconds mattered in saving his life. Seconds. And I know that y'all may think I don't know what I'm talking about, but trust me, I was there at 3:30 in the morning, and I know what they told me. And so if you don't think that it makes a difference for people to be able to navigate these things and get somewhere in the most expeditious manner, I would hate for that to happen to anybody else in this room, but I can tell you it's a reality. So I'm just telling you, listen, I was much in favor of lots of roundabouts in the town of Mount Pleasant, but these are not. These are not. The roads are too narrow. These do not work. They do not function. They've changed the character more than, not as much as some other things, but that has changed the character of somewhat used to be pretty nice, peaceful, beautiful street. So appreciate your time. I appreciate y'all allowing me to speak again. And if you ever have any questions, you need to call me. Feel free to do so. But thank you so much for your service.
Next, please, public comment.
Hey.
Name and address.
Good morning, Richard Freeman. I'm at 715 Gatepost Drive, down the street from Cheryl. I get the great pleasure of being president of the Homeowners Association. Lots of fun. Hey, so I just wanted to comment on a couple things here real quick. So typically I get about 8% of the neighborhood to come to an annual meeting. But I sent out a little survey like, hey, what do you think about these roundabouts? And I got a 66% response. I had 76 out of 114 homeowners email me. And of that, which I got a survey, I'm happy to leave it with anybody if you want it, 86% didn't like them, and the other 14% said they needed something, but they didn't really appreciate the way it was done, could be improved. So I just wanted to work through y'all's government controlling document, I believe, the SCDOT revised 2019 traffic calming guidelines. I imagine some of my questions will be answered upcoming. But, you know, page 4, we're talking about altering driver behavior is the desired end state. My thought is, why not alter the driver behavior with law enforcement? The laws are written on the books, and give people a couple of tickets and hit them in the pocketbook. And I think it's going to alter behavior pretty quickly, because as I've observed behavior down the street, people might slow down a little bit for the traffic circle just because they got to, but then they reaccelerate. I imagine your studies might even reflect that. And curious what those studies show as far as the average annual daily traffic, if it met those requirements to be less than a volume of 4,000. And then page 7, talking about turning movements. And there was a study done on turning movements. I know I'm not part of that study because I drive the most proliferated vehicle in America, Ford F-150 pickup truck, and I cannot make a 90-degree turn around that obstacle, and certainly not a 180-degree turn. So I can just jog and keep continuing straight, but you cannot make a 90-degree turn unless I stop in the middle of the road, back up, and make a 2-point turn in the middle of the road. Not very safe to do a 2-point in the middle of the road, but that's what I've had to do. And as far as safety, talking about safety, not so sure that's enhancing safety, certainly not for pedestrians, because cars are swinging wide into the area of sidewalks at this time. I think there's a plan to improve that right now, but that's what's going on right now. And then I sent it to the engineer, Sophie Holmes, pictures of it within a couple of weeks. The sign in the middle, flagging the obstacle, was driven over, laid out flat to the ground, and it's been reposted. Sorry. Okay. Well, there you go. 2 minutes. I appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Don't like them.
Yeah, there you go. In short, thanks so much.
Next, please.
Hey, I'm Klaus Bush, 652 Gatepost Drive, talking about the roundabouts as well. If we're looking for a situation where we want to calm the traffic down, roundabouts are not long-term calming for the extended McCants or Center Street, be more along the lines of putting in a speed hump instead of a bump. A hump can be calming to the point where you can have traffic still maintained at the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, depending on how high or low you build them, and it will not damage the cars as it's currently doing now when you have to go around it, go into potholes. And some of the large trucks, I think the city truck was the one who actually took out the sign that Mr. Freeman was talking about trying to get around. It was a trash truck. We also see where other trucks are having to go, instead of going the proper way, they go around the other way because it gives them more turning radius. So they're going the wrong way down the street. The other thing I'd like to bring up, which has nothing to do with the speed bump or the roundabout, is I'd like to see the city, town of Mount Pleasant consider getting rid of the double yellow lines and go to a single yellow line that's chopped. That way we won't be breaking the law when we're trying to pass somebody on Center Street or McCants that are going too slow, including our police department, and that we would be able to sit there and pass them with care, but would not be held legally responsible if an accident occurred unless it was our fault, instead of just passing on a double yellow line. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Good morning, Katrin Hatzel, 917 McCants Drive. I just would like to point out that the roundabouts on our road are not very practical, not very safe. Seeing the school buses trying to maneuver around them, very, very difficult. Seeing the EMS going down that, very, very difficult. I see the fire engine multiple times already this week, like last week. They struggle all. If they have to go down that road, it's not easy. I don't know why we cannot put in stop signs like on Simmons and McCants. That would be an option in my point, but I'm not an expert in any of this. So I just want to point out that it's not very practical. It's a very tight road, the same on Center Street, and I'm not in favor of those. I'm appreciating that something needs to be done about speed and that we don't want people speeding down on our old village roads, but I don't think this is a very good option. Sorry. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Debbie Hewlett at 1 Darlington Lane, and I just want to say that I agree the roundabouts, the new ones on McCanson Center Street, are just more of a hazard than a help. And I know that the goal was to slow the traffic, but it doesn't make it safer to have people drive all the way over, the sidewalks and the roads, and it's not helping. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Charles Fitch. I live on McCants and Pocahontas, where the roundabout is at. When they initially put the roundabout in, I have a little ditch on the side, and the construction guys just totally destroyed that, and then they had to come out and resod it. But good and bad about the roundabout, it's not very good. People don't understand roundabouts. It's too small. When a bus comes and lets off the kids, people still drive, and the bus driver's honking their horn, and they just don't stop. They don't understand it because it's too small, and they tore up my edge of the road and came out and fixed it, but there's a big old hole again. So it's just not a good choice. I would love to see Mount Pleasant put stop signs. There's nothing different between Lansing and Cottingham, where there's speed bumps and stop signs. And I think our traffic flow does, warrant that. So, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Lee Pierce, 701 Vision Road. Just want to say that I just think they're totally unsafe. My daughter is 8 years old, and she's scared to walk on them or ride her bike around them. Just totally unsafe, in my opinion. Thank y'all.
Any more public comment? All right, thank y'all all very much. All right, this moves us to item 4, review of traffic data regarding many roundabouts on McCants and Center Street. So let's get an update from last month. Have there been any reported accidents at these traffic circles? I just want to update. We did this last month. Okay, have they caused any recorded accidents?
No, sir, they have not.
Have they caused any recorded injuries?
No, sir, they have not.
Okay. The traffic calming guidelines, if we could put a speed hump there, if we wanted to, are we allowed by the state? These are state roads. These are not town roads. Are we allowed to put a speed hump there?
No, sir, we are not.
We're not allowed. That's why we didn't put a speed hump there, okay? So especially if you're with the HOA or whatever, please put out there, we don't control what can go on these roads. Could we put a stop sign there?
The warrants would likely not meet the requirements.
Okay. And that again, that's due to state.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have to follow the state guidelines. Would we have put those there if there was any, regardless of what opinions are, would we have put those there if they would impede EMS response?
No, sir.
Would we have been allowed to put them there if they impeded EMS response?
No, sir.
Okay. It would have been illegal.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Do we have any reports from our police or fire of it impeding EMS response?
No, sir. As it was designed, that center island is mountable intentionally.
Okay. Have there been any pedestrian injuries caused by these that are recorded?
No, sir.
Okay. So we have a lot of opinions on them, right? And I understand that. And I'm not saying that we're insensitive to that, but there are no recorded injuries. We could not put a speed hump there because of state regulations or a stop sign. There are no recorded actual data from our police or fire that it has impeded an EMS response, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What about turning movements? What about school buses?
So all of that was investigated as part of the original design for school buses, for trash trucks, and for fire engines, and that center mountable, the mountable center allows for those vehicles to make those maneuvers.
Okay.
Would the design of these impede movements by any privately owned vehicles? We're not talking about fire trucks or school buses. We're talking about cars that residents are buying and can drive legally on the roadways.
No, sir.
Okay. So I just wanted to get some facts and some data out there. And let's go over again, why did we put these there in the first place?
Yes, sir. So, of course, the Old Village has had a slew of different traffic calming initiatives in the past. As you mentioned, many of these roads are state-owned and have to fall under the requirements of SCDOT's traffic calming guidelines, which include thresholds on volumes and things like that. And so we continued to receive, even after the 2019 moratorium on traffic calming in the Old Village, continued to receive reports about speeding and concerns of safety. And so we engaged with SCDOT staff to determine additional traffic calming measures that we could pursue, whereas your traditional speed humps were not an option, and always stops would not meet the warrants. And from that came this mini roundabout idea, which is in the SCDOT's traffic calming guidelines as an approved measure. And so this was implemented as a pilot project to investigate the effectiveness on speeds. And we'll share that data here in a little bit, and with the intent of it being a pilot project and not a permanent design that's out there right now. And so that's how we ended up where we are, from citizen concerns, direction by the committee to pursue this pilot project.
Okay. Committee, if y'all have any other questions. Yes, sir.
Mr. Aton, if we were to install a permanent installation, what would it change in terms of the conditions for driving trash trucks, large vehicles, EMS, etc.?
Yes, sir. So as part of that design effort, we would bring on a consultant and, of course, go through the DOT permitting process. What would likely occur is we would widen the shoulders, the four corners of the roundabout, to better accommodate for larger vehicles that wouldn't require them to mount that center median. The median would still remain. We would look at additional safety features such as intersection lighting that doesn't exist out there, and, of course, how to accommodate bike and pedestrian crossings that didn't exist before, but we may want to include as a retrofit.
And what is the width of McCants and Center Street in terms of the right-of-way?
The right-of-way for all streets associated with these projects is 50 feet. And the roadway width itself is about 22 to 24 feet in width.
And what is the roadway width on Mathis Ferry? Not the roadway, but the right-of-way.
The right-of-way on Mathis Ferry varies anywhere between 75 feet in certain areas and closer to 80 in others. And that includes a larger buffer area on both sides that's required.
And what about rifle range?
Rifle range is similar. It varies between 50 and 75 feet generally.
Have we put any traffic circles in the 50-foot segment of rifle range in Mathis Ferry?
Not in a 50-foot section, but in a 75-foot section, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What are the warrants? How close are we to the warrants for either speed bumps or for stop signs? At some point, there have been stop signs all along. So what are the warrants and how close are we to that?
So we do not meet the warrants for speed humps simply because of the volume criteria that DOT has in place, which has to be less than 4,000 vehicles per day, and both McCants and portions of Center Street exceed that 4,000 vehicles per day. For stop signs, it's a pretty significant warrant. It's 200 vehicles per hour for a 4-hour period approach on the minor street. And really all of these side streets do not come even remotely close to meeting that volume for 1 hour, let alone 4 hours. And so we, without DOT approval for a substandard installation of an all-way stop, they're not eligible. And to really further on that point, all-way stops are not a traffic calming method. They're not intended to affect speeds. And it says so clearly in the SCDOT's guidelines, even though it's kind of juxtaposition, it is included within the traffic calming guidelines. They are not a traffic calming measure. They are simply a safety measure to delineate right of way and allow vehicles keep them from experiencing unburdened delay for side street maneuvers where they otherwise would make erratic turning movements onto a mainline road.
Following up on the 50-foot, we don't have any currently, and as we have seen and heard, the sidewalks are, what are the width of the sidewalks there? 8 feet?
The sidewalks in the Old Village are anywhere between 4 and 5 feet in width.
Between 4 and 5 feet. And so what happens, and I've witnessed it, is once you widen that, going around, how easy is it going to be to keep and currently we're building sidewalks larger for multi-use for both bike and pedestrian. So we really have limited width now. And how easy would it be to make sure we can maintain those pedestrian walkways and sidewalks if we were to put in and go ahead and implement this roundabout?
Yes, sir. I'm very confident that we can maintain the widening efforts that would likely come as part of the roundabout design, as well as the addition of a 5-foot sidewalk well within the right-of-way, the existing right-of-way.
You know, having lived there 43 years, we have traffic calming throughout the village, and it's working really well. I think it's on McCants, it's on Middle, and it's on Wilden Street. It's going out on the major road, Wilden going out of town, where there's a tree in the middle of the road. On Middle, by Alhambra, tree in the middle of the road, and beside Alhambra on the side, tree in the middle of the road. And on McCants as well, there's a tree in the middle of the road. It seems to, and Live Oak, which helps. Now some are protect the trees more because they have curbs and some don't, but it's part of the feature of the Old Village. Seems to work well. What would preclude that, and why would that not be a good option?
We have engaged with DOT in discussions about a final design of a mini roundabout and whether they would permit installation of some sort of landscaping in that center island. And that's something that I think would certainly be vetted through that design process. As far as planting of a tree in the middle of the roadway, it's very unlikely that DOT will permit that. There are clear zone requirements and safety requirements that things have to be breakaway. And obviously an oak tree is not. And this is not just for Mount Pleasant. This is across the region where they are calling for the removal of trees in clear zone. So we can certainly vet that and ask those questions if we're directed to proceed with the final design. But it is very unlikely that installation of a tree that would become rather mature over time would be permitted by DOT.
And we asked about another option as well, I believe, Mayor.
Well, it seemed like the biggest problem is the rectangle in the middle. And we said there is an option of taking the rectangle out. That's what people seem to bump up against. And then you have a visual circle there. And from discussion with other council members and feedback from y'all, that can serve the same purpose without the hazard of your tire going up on something, even though we know that is a mountable edge there. Is DOT likely to approve something like that?
It is unlikely that they would approve that. Essentially, you're taking what was previously a stop-controlled intersection on the side streets to now a yield condition with no physical impediment for the main line. You will see speeds increase. You will see non-compliance with just a horizontal pavement marking, and likely create a larger safety concern than existed previously.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just to add on to that point, the whole purpose really, when you talk about the roundabout design, and you see this in all of our designs, is you have to deflect that vehicle. And when you deflect a vehicle, it has to slow down. And if you do not have the means to deflect the vehicle, just a pavement marking, it is likely, like James is saying, they're just going to go straight through when they enter the roundabout. So it is an integral part of roundabout design. Now, that being said, I think there are plenty of options because what I hear, and these are all very legitimate concerns about the design, And I just want to bring us back. This was a pilot project.
Right.
And it was intended to see if we could collect data to see how much it influences speed. We have that information. Sophie's going to share it with you.
That's what we need to see.
Right. But for that purpose, we did the best we could do without spending $400,000 within the existing right of way. When we designed this thing, if we design this roundabout or the roundabouts, it will not look like what you see out there today.
Right.
It's going to look more like what you see in all of our roundabouts, except smaller.
Okay.
And that's the key difference. So turning movements, trailered vehicles, buses, all those things will be easily accommodated because you will have the mountable surface just like you have in all these other locations, and they will know that they can mount that. I don't think we know, staff knows that that's mountable. Most people out there see, I don't want to hit that.
Right. Looks like
that's what we're seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we look at the data to see if it has accomplished before we start talking about, alternatives or designs?
Yes,
sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. So to start, we did about a week's worth of data collection on both McCants and Center Street. So what this graphic shows, I'll walk through exactly what it really is showing here. Is we'll look at inbound traffic to begin with. We placed traffic counters from the center of the intersections that receive the roundabout treatment 100 feet out and 300 feet out, really to see the sphere of influence that these have. And to provide you with some context, a speed hump or speed cushion likely sees about an influence anywhere between 50 and 100 feet out and a reduction of 2 miles per hour. Traffic calming or driver feedback signs see a little less than that. And of course, they're only one directional. So as you'll see, we'll start up in the top right with McCants. As you approach the intersection, you do see a reduction in speed. Again, keeping in mind the posted speed limit is 25 miles an hour. The sort of global 85th percentile speed along the roadway is 26, 27. So you do see a reduction of 5 miles an hour on the approach and 10 miles an hour, at least in the 100-foot offset on the departure. So the sphere of influence, with that being said, for roundabouts on the inbound direction is significant. It's within 300 feet, you have very good compliance with the posted speed limit. 85th percentile speeds at the entrance to the Old Village on McCanson Center are around 30 miles an hour, to provide some context as you enter into the residential area here. Outbound speeds see a very similar approach. You have higher speeds, obviously, leaving the old Village and Old Mount Pleasant, but you do see anywhere between a 5 to a 10 mile an hour reduction in the 85th percentile speeds leaving the neighborhood and on the approach to the roundabouts. So in summary, this really just goes through exactly what we just talked about. They are effective. They indicate, all of our data collection indicates very good compliance with the posted speed limit of 25 mile an hour compared to other traffic calming devices such as the radar feedback signs. And then we get into a little more detail on the 2018 study where we did a similar pilot project for the radar feedback signs on the entrance portions to the main roads to this residential area. And again, they had a significant impact on and very good compliance to that 25 mile an hour posted speed limit. And then, of course, the global average, which the global average is really what the whole corridor, either McCants or Center Street, see as an overall 85th percentile, not at specific traffic calming locations. We did see a decrease in that as well. Of course, a lot of that had to do with that sphere of influence that I'm talking about, that 300 plus feet of folks slowing down on the approach to these traffic calming devices. So I have some tables in the bottom here that compare the radar feedback signs before and after, inbound, outbound, and before and after for the roundabout implementations. And so I think the key point here is if you're comparing radar feedback signs to the roundabouts, they had a similar impact to the overall 85th percentile speed and a significant reduction. However, the physical impediment of the roundabout brought that compliance much closer, if not below, the posted speed limit, whereas non-physical traffic calming devices like the radar feedback sign only brought the speed down, still out of compliance with the posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour. So with all that said, very good compliance, very effective, a much larger sphere of influence than we have with speed humps, speed cushions, or radar feedback signs. And so moving with recommendations forward, of course, these are up to the will of the committee. There are, in addition to the roundabouts, we did some pavement reduction. We are, recommending that maintains and remains. And then the roundabout options, we can engage with SCDOT on a cost sharing to pursue a permanent design and installation. We have been in preliminary conversations with their safety office in Columbia. This is one of the first implementations of a mini roundabout per their traffic calming program, and they are very interested in partnering financially to develop basically a template for this in other areas. Seeing as right-of-way of residential streets of 50-foot right-of-way intersections is prevalent throughout the state, this could be applicable to many other intersections. So there is that opportunity. Or if directed to do so, we can remove and revert back to the original condition of a side street stop-controlled intersection.
But no matter what option going forward, the current design with the rectangle in the middle of the circle will not be, it won't be like that. Ms. Marson, you mentioned that any future design would look very different than what's there now.
Yes, sir. That's true. And it only makes sense. We talk about radar feedback sign. It's there's no impediment there. Obviously, we put something physical there, we get a greater area of influence. So really the question is, if you wanted to move forward, I think that all the concerns about design will be taken care of. And, is that the design we would want to put out there? No. Was it adequate enough for us to collect the data? Yes. So there is the option to have them removed and proceed with the design. I think that might be an option. I haven't really talked to the district traffic engineer.
You read my mind. I was going to ask, can you take what's there out while we consider future designs?
I think that's certainly an option to get a design and talk about the funding aspect of it. But we would have to confirm that, because there would be some steps to remove it, meaning you have to put up new stop sign ahead, just like it was in the prior condition, things like that. But we would need to engage and get you a for sure answer on that. Okay. But those are your options. You can proceed forward with design and eventual construction, or remove them.
All right, committee.
I still want to go back to the 50-foot right of way. What do you do on the outside of the roundabout in terms of the corners of the intersection? There was mention about the sidewalks. What do you do with the sidewalks? How do you pull them out further from the roadway than they are now?
Yes, sir. So as part of that design, of course, we'll establish those limits of right-of-way. It really is a giant T. And so what we would be doing is extending the current roadway radius and allowing for a larger area of vehicles to travel, and then offset from that, but still within the right-of-way, investigate the potential to install a 4 or 5 foot wide sidewalk. Some of that may require some minor drainage improvements, but they would be fully separated, and we would continue those pedestrian facilities down and almost outside of the roundabout circle before crossing. Very similar to any of the other roundabouts that we have along Mathis Ferry and Rifle Range. We certainly don't want to enter pedestrians into a lane of a full lane of traffic across the entire intersection. So those pedestrian improvements would extend outside of really the radius.
So it would be like the safety crossings that we see up and down Mathis Ferry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, my concern is the same one for safety of the children and the bicyclists. It's really not safe even to bicycle on the. It's not safe to bicycle on the 25 mile an hour as it is. So people go on the sidewalks. The sidewalks are narrow. You have children going back and forth to school there, and now you're going around that roundabout, and if you're not paying attention, which a lot of people aren't, they're looking down at their phones, they could go right into those sidewalks. And best practices, I would imagine you have delineation between your sidewalks and a fairly ample delineation between that and the roundabout that if people are driving. Here, you're going to be extremely limited. My interest is back to what Howard is looking at, where if we were being first and doing this, that's great, that's wonderful, but let's find out who perhaps maybe be second and figure out what other people are doing with that 50-foot radius and what they've learned from that, because I'd hate to learn with a disaster. I'd rather learn with what's happening in other areas. Do you have examples of that?
Yes, sir. I mean, well, I guess going back to just roundabouts in general, Mount Pleasant was one of the first in the state.
I'm talking about the 50-foot.
Understood. They're the same concept regardless of size until you start to get into multi-lane roundabouts. And so my point to that is yes, of course, we'd be the first, but I think we have a lot of experience staff level and with our District 6 engineer with roundabouts. And again, it's just a matter of scaling that up and down. The speeds speak for themselves, in my opinion. We've reduced speeds significantly compared to the previous conditions. So from a safety standpoint, we've checked that box tremendously. And then really the last point is folks, prior to this condition, if we go back to the existing condition prior to the pilot project, there was no delineated crossings across McCants or Center Street. So what this does is this now, if pursuing a final design, we would establish a dedicated crossing at a location that now we've reduced speeds 10 miles, 15 miles an hour in some instances below what was occurring out there previously with proper signage, lighting, and pavement markings. So from a safety standpoint, and fully understanding the adjacent schools of Mount Pleasant Academy and the private schools, this would improve mobility, improve safety and delineation. And of course, as far as distracted drivers, we've got our police department. As far as the 28th of February, they are writing hands-free tickets. So there's the enforcement mechanism in place now, but the data speaks for itself. And really, kind of back to your point, it is scalable. The 75-foot right-of-way roundabout on Mathis Ferry and Rifle Range is simply a shrunk version of what would be proposing at this location, and improving pedestrian facilities that did not exist out there previously.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor at this point. I mean, I'm convinced by the data that it worked to slow traffic. I am also, convinced by Mr. Freeman's study of the homes around there that, there's a lot of resistance to, obviously, to everybody's point, this design, but by extension, something that would be similar, if even further designed in terms of a mini roundabout. My support would be towards removing and site restoration to what it was previously, while we continue to try to do some of these improvements you just said for pedestrian and bike in terms of the safety and the crosswalks. I don't think that necessarily has to stop, because if we decide not to have the roundabout, the mini roundabout. So that's where I'm headed with what I'd prefer.
Well, you read my mind. I'd like to see a motion that gives y'all approval. If you get approved that you can remove what's there now, which is the problem, and is going to cast all future solutions in a bad light if it stays like it is. That if you get that permission, go ahead and remove what's there now while we proceed with the designs that are different, better, and add all of those safety features that Mr. Aton just mentioned. If somebody would put that in the form of a motion.
I move to direct staff to coordinate removal and site restoration to the extent possible to revert to the original conditions while we continue to proceed with safety improvements, especially for bike and pedestrian.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Did we make clear if y'all get permission, go ahead and take out what's there?
Just to be clear, this is for a mini roundabout design in addition to whatever could be separately done for bike and ped.
Yes.
I just want to be clear.
I did not include the mini roundabout in my motion.
All right.
Yeah. But
So just pedestrian crossings.
And my motion was to revert to the original with the continued safety improvements as far as we can with the crosswalks and all of that for bike and pedestrian. I think the mini roundabout design to me is separate.
Well, the point in discussion here, the point of that is we see that it is reduced. It makes those crosswalks safer because the calming device, the only option we are left under state law, is reducing speed by 10 miles per hour on McCants and Center, making that crossing safer than it is now because there are no delineated crossings. So I don't want to rule out looking at a mini roundabout design, or else we're going to be putting those crossings in a place where we know the speed limit, the observed speed is going to be 10 miles an hour above what it is right now. It's going to revert back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's very likely, if removed with no other permanent installation, that we will see speeds increase back up to almost 30 miles an hour.
So we anticipating a separate motion about exploring a mini
If
roundabout
another
design?
member of the committee wants to do that,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. So this motion does not include that. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Just for one more point of discussion, though, I
Right.
think I totally agree with you that this has worked, right? I mean, it's worked to make the speed go down, which was the point. I agree with that, concede that point. The other piece of this, though, is that, we now have a lot of folks who are very engaged on this issue, and I do think we can appeal to the better nature of people's personal responsibility in some of this respect, too, through the communications we've now had robustly with people who live in this area. Let's remind them why we did it, and let's, appeal to their personal responsibility and the hands-free enforcement and et cetera to try to improve some of this. I do still want, if we can, to your point, the delineated crossings and all of that, but I'm not necessarily in favor of the mini roundabout design. So that was why my motion was whether.
Got it. So it's not in that motion that's on the floor now.
Are you open to an amendment of that? An amendment of that to include both? Looking at both options. I agree with you, Catherine, and I'm very concerned about pedestrian and safety the other way, with the roundabout the way it is today. But if we explore that option as well as others, that doesn't commit us to one way or another.
Yeah. Right. I just again also thought, the options that I thought we were looking at today are continue with the design, engage with SCADOT, or not, and remove and restore. So it sounds to me like we're still trying to do both, and I didn't think that option was really on the table, but I guess it is.
We would need a motion to amend and a vote on the amendment because we're in discussion on the
I'll
primary
second
motion.
the amendment.
Did you make that in the form of an amendment? Okay, second. That we explore both. All right. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. So 3-1, the motion is amended. Now we're back to the primary motion. Any further discussion on that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
My key concern is with that width, the distance between the edge of the pavement and the sidewalk. So that's what I'm going to be looking for from the amended motion, and so that I would like to see that before we go any further. But that gives us a chance to look at it, and see what those dimensions are, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work.
Yes, right.
And my motion to amend was not an approval of roundabouts by any means. It was just to look at options, to leave options open if it could be improved. At the present rate, I'm not for them, what we have today.
Yeah. I did not take it, and I voted for the amendment. We're not approving the mini roundabout, but we're leaving the option open because right now it's the only one we see that has reduced traffic to that safe speed. And if that's an option going forward, it needs to be on the table whether we end up approving it or not.
Yeah, yes, sir. And that's my understanding now with the motion is it's all good discussion. I mean, one of the primary, really the primary driver in the design is pedestrians and how we handle them, and that will be looked at very closely not only by our staff, by the DOT.
Okay.
So we can come back. What we'll probably do is just pick maybe the most constrained intersection. They're all 50-foot right-of-ways, maybe constrained by drainage or whatever, and do a concept design that you can look at and say, okay, I understand how you're going to move the sidewalks around this, how they interact with the roundabout itself. complaints and those issues that have been raised, we will address those in the design, a concept design, and bring them back to you.
All right. And want to make sure that you and Mr. Demora know what we're voting on now, the motion as amended. If you get permission from the state to remove what's there, you don't need to come back and ask us.
We understand that. Yes, sir.
You got that from the committee. All right. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. All right, item number 5, traffic management updates and ongoing projects and programs. Last month we were way behind, so we gave short shrift to some of this, but we've got a lot going on.
Yes.
And we will try not to interrupt you, but let you just go over those.
Well, Mr. Mayor, please feel free to stop me. I know I talk a little fast sometimes. I'd first like to say, which really helps the department on this, is David McLaughlin recently passed his professional or project management professional certification, which is huge for the department, especially when we're in the construction timeframes of these projects. So I'd like to give a kudos to him. But running back to really some of the mobility action plan items, we have received the executed LPA agreement from SCDOT for $2.178 million for detection and flashing yellow arrow upgrades. So we are beginning the early stages of engaging with our on-call consultants to work through the design requirements of that. Staff is still reviewing the Houston Northcutt and US 17 intersection turn lane analysis. This was one of those things that we were directed to look at as far as the side street approaches to 17 out here at Houston Northcutt, and whether removal or modification of left turns in favor of frontage road activity would improve the overall operation. So we have a draft of that report and are actively reviewing. And then a number of TST and CTC projects.
Ms. Chapman,
Yes, sir.
we didn't get too far.
Yeah, sorry. And this won't take long. Have we shared that with the county staff? The Houston Northcutt Boulevard and US 17 draft?
We have not, no, sir. This was just a draft at this point, looking at existing conditions, not widening or moving curbing or anything. Really, just allocation of existing lanes in favor of, say, heading towards across to Mathis Ferry, not being able to make a left onto 17 and being required to turn onto Wingo Way.
I was going to ask you. I took a picture. My vehicle was completely stopped, which is legal. I took a picture Saturday of that intersection, and I mean, just to reaffirm what everybody already knows, it's a disaster because everybody was coming over to get in the lane to go up on the bridge, and if they would send that traffic to Coleman Boulevard, seems like a simple solution, but as all the citizens and we were discussing today, a lot of times the simple solutions are not allowed by the state, and but we've got to do something there, and I appreciate y'all working on this. So whatever we can do, if we need help from the state, let's try to get there.
Well,
Let's
I
don't wait on this.
purposely asked that question because it was one of our major requests as part of the Housing sales tax.
Right.
So it would be helpful if we've got anything for the county staff to look at to help them make the right decision.
Yes, sir. When we get to a point, we'll certainly send that to the county and of course share that final draft revision with the committee as well.
Is Stantec doing that?
Yes, sir.
Because they're using Stantec too.
Mm-hmm.
So
that makes it a little easier.
I only mention that because the quicker we get that on the table with the ability to do it, potentially for a lesser expense than an overpass, the more likely it is that that's what we'll get.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's perfectly fine. We'll be sure to share that with the appropriate county staff. We're continuing to look at additional time of day phasing review along 17. This is one of the things that's tied to our safety action plan. And then, of course, the Mathis Ferry Road and Wingo Way right turn lane that has been changed from a shared through right to a right turn lane is operating effectively now. And then a number of other, again, CTC and TST projects that are in the queue to go out to bid for construction. This is the National Drive Right Turn Lane, the Long Point Road Slip Lane. That bid opening is March 16th. So we should be getting bids on that and hopefully going to construction in April. Egypt Road Sidewalk is under design. Farrago at Adlu Always Stop requests. That was one that we investigated, did not meet warrants. And then Harry Hallman pedestrian improvements. That was approved along with the Mathis Ferry Von Kolnitz bike and pedestrian improvement project this morning at bids and purchasing. So that will be going to construction in April as well. That's the mobility action plan. Any questions on that before moving to larger CIP projects?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Moving on to Billy Swales 4B, we received 8 bids. It was probably one of the most bid projects we've had in quite some time, so that was good, and all were very competitive. It was awarded this morning at bids and purchasing to Gulfstream for just north of $18 million. We do and will hold a pre-construction meeting with that contractor here in March after the protest period ends, and construction began in early April. And that does include, when we get to that point, a tree walk to ensure that any additional trees that were called to be removed on the original plans that could be saved are investigated.
Do we still plan for that to be completed by June 2027?
No. So we will.
I think we probably extended that.
It will be extended, yeah. So the construction time frame is 540 calendar days.
Okay.
And so we expect substantial completion, just like the Von Ed Key project, before that, but in time to button everything up with punch list items, landscaping, things like that. But the roadway could be open, I would say, towards fall of 2027, fall December,
Thank you.
or winter time frame. Updates on ongoing Safe Streets and Roads for All project. I mentioned the hands-free driving law. I use this as a plug to get that out to the community. Our police are actively out there enforcing it. But again, these are the main categories of projects that were funded through that SS4A grant. The corridor improvements, that's Long Point from Bell Point to Whipple Road, Chuck Dolly from Bowman to Coleman, and then the Coleman and Ben Sawyer corridor from Erkman to the Causeway, as well as select locations on US 17. These are landscape medians, roadway lighting, turn lane improvements, signalization in some instances. And then, of course, intersection improvements. We have 5 major intersections. Probably most notable would be the signalization of US 17 at Snee Farm Parkway and Palmetto Plantation Parkway. All of these projects are under design. And then the non-motorized improvements. These are our Mathis Ferry, mainly improvements along Rifle Range Road from Ben Sawyer to the 6 Mile community, and then also Mathis Ferry, the remaining section of Mathis Ferry from Egypt Road to US 17. And again, the status of those is they're all currently under design. We will be hosting a public meeting April 30th here at Town Hall for all of these projects from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. We'll be pushing that out communication-wise here this month. Park West at Stockdale Roundabout. This project is at the right-of-way level. We are actively pursuing any right-of-way needs for the project, which are very few, and then continuing through with the design and permitting process of this. And we still are looking at a completed design at the end of this year, with construction starting early 2027. 516 Coleman. We did place this project out to bid late last year and received bids higher than expected. So we did go back and do some value engineering on the project and are looking to place this out to bid again, probably in late March, and with construction happening.
That's the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
The Wells Fargo parking lot?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Were y'all able to fill those big holes that developed? They're right near the coffee shop in the parking lot. I mean, they are a hazard.
If we haven't, I can certainly get with Public Services and make sure that
Okay.
those are
They
filled.
may have been done, but the last time I parked in there was one, and then there was another. And I'm not talking about a little. I'm talking about a really deep thing, and I'm not sure what causes that. It's probably just very old pavement and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's any number of things that could have caused it, but we'll certainly follow up with Public Services
That
to make
sounds
sure
good.
it's restored to a safe
Are we
condition.
still planning to move those trees?
There is one tree removal that we will likely be investigating as part of this. I think it's a triple
relocation.
A relocation. Sorry, not
Thank you.
removal. I said the wrong R word. Relocation.
Practice what we preach.
Yeah. So that is still within the contract. Yes.
Okay.
And moving on to the Mount Pleasant Way projects. So we did just submit a 2026 build grant to fund the remaining sections of Mount Pleasant Way design. That was submitted last week with the help of our grants group. Kenny Mile Trail. This project is going out to bid this month. I know that's a long-awaited section, and it also includes the missing gap along the Park West section between where the All-American Boulevard project ended and 17. We have a number of active projects under construction right now on Mathis Ferry, including the Scanlonville Praise House Trail, the Mathis Ferry Trail 5th to Eagle Street section, and the Scanlonville Praise House Parklet. All three are currently under construction. I know I mentioned earlier that the Mathis Ferry and Von Kolnitz Trail section, that was awarded this morning, so we look for April for that to go to construction. And then a ton of other segments that are under design: Isle of Palms Connector Trail, from Sweetgrass to Rifle Range, National Drive Trail, looking at pursuing some TA set-aside grant funding potentially. And then, of course, a lot of these other trail segments that are tied to our larger roadway projects, like the Stockdale Roundabout, or through our SS48 grant, are the ones on the bottom here. Any questions on Mount Pleasant Way?
The SC41 trail, I'll just say, had some pretty significant, interest at the meetings we've been having about 41. So I do think that's a particular area of Mount Pleasant Way that we might want to continue to highlight. I think there's some benefits that we get with this whole project that we've been talking about for 9 years that I think is unknown at this point in terms of that connectivity with the rest of Mount Pleasant Way. So let's try to highlight that going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, Ms. John.
The Mathis Ferry Road project, is there also installation of some conduit going in or something else at the same time?
Yes, sir. Dominion is actively under construction of the undergrounding of their overhead power lines within a section of the 5th to Eagle Street, basically just north of the Muirhead Roundabout where it was underground, up to 5th Avenue is where so all that silt fence that's out there, all those boring equipment, that is Dominion and the associated communication companies that were also co-located on the poles.
Are they cutting down any trees?
I do not believe they're cutting any trees down as part of that. I think they had to establish bore pit areas, which may have encroached a little bit into buffer areas, but that all went through our design review team process and was minimized as much as feasibly possible for them to construct.
I only ask that because it looks like there's several trees that are fairly close to the road with red tape on them. That's the only reason I ask.
That is our contractor. So they are simply marking the trees to ensure which ones are to be removed and which ones are not. So that they're just old survey markings.
Okay.
And then lastly, talking about our pedestrian and bicycle accommodation plan. These are our sidewalk projects and RFB installation projects. So we recently completed the Dragoon Drive sidewalk. Also, Center Street sidewalk was completed on late last week. So those are up and running, and then continuing to work through the remaining package of Brickyard Parkway and Lazy Lane that are still on that same bid package. And then we have a new set of designs that are out right now with Bowman that include a number of different locations, but also some RFB installation and update locations such as Walkendaw Boulevard on Rifle Range Road, the Harry Hallman raised crosswalks and RFBs that was also approved this morning at Bids and Purchasing. And so we continue to work through that program. And then really a lot of the proposed projects are tied to the recent TST submittal, which we should be hearing back on those roadway improvement, intersection and bike and pedestrian improvements probably in early May.
And you're talking about our 27 requests?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is all
Thank
I
you
have.
for this document. I got it. And I actually read it. I read the whole thing. I sure did. It's a lot of good stuff from the previous TST, and it's good. It's what we authorized, but y'all really, the package they sent to the county was really good. I don't know if y'all got a chance to read it, but it's really good.
And that is all the updates for ongoing projects. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I know, and you don't have to flip back on the screen, but on the Praise House parklet right there, the folks from the National Heritage Corridor were in town last week. And I met with them and I said, "You want me to ride you by there?" They said, "We already went by there. It looks great." They got us a really nice grant on that. So they had already been by.
Yeah, the contractor's been doing an excellent job on that. I think we've got the boardwalk section ordered. That should be going in later this month. So you'll really start to see that park concept come together.
The sidewalks under design in, on Oakman, Oakhaven, Erkman's around the new pool facility, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the status on funding on the safety improvements of Weldon Royal Corridor? Any news on that?
So no update on that. We continue to ping SCDOT on whether they will, or what really their schedule is for resurfacing Weldon and Royal, which is about 3/4 of that project cost, the $1.3 million total project cost. And so we still are in line to communicate with them. Unfortunately, I think it is too large of a project to pursue through TST and CTC annual allocations. And I think our best bet to accomplishing it is to work with the DOT on any resurfacing efforts they have in that area.
And last, we're getting ready to be springtime and everybody be around Shem Creek, et cetera, and the traffic's really picking up. So I would ask continued litany on from Shem Creek all the way past the business district of the old village to get the no parking markings in. It's already getting worse. And so getting those in throughout that, I'm really concerned with the number of bikes, and we'll bring that up later, but going through those areas too with the schools. If we can get the no parking area so that our police department can enforce that, that would be great.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
That's all.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. That concludes item 5. Item 6 is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic.
I think I'm going to run trying to grab a bite before our flood. We got till 12:15 because I got to leave maybe during PJL. If we don't finish, I have to leave here at 1:45 to get to this funeral. So
I think we can be really quick on PJL.
yeah, it's just 3 bites. Hey, Cheryl. How you doing? Good.
Say again.
Whether or not trees come out, we can control whether or not trees come out, everything on those 2 streets.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. We've done it before.
We've done a ton of
We've done it before. We can do it again. You know, it's a good idea.
just a little.
Yeah, it's a really good idea.
I think Dave.
We can bring that up. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Thank you.
and for larger tracts, planning commission obviously could say twice the buffer, 3 times the buffer, whatever they deem necessary. And also, of course, the 5 acres thing, not to be too redundant here.
Can we get
yes,
a
sir.
question real quick right
Yes, sir.
this
Yeah,
topic
please.
with Mr. Pagliarini. So if we can ask you a legal question, I think from what we know that All and All is in the process of doing this. I had a meeting with their mayor. When did I see you at Gala? Last week before last. Mr. Tinkey was not at the meeting, but he was there for a different meeting with somebody. But I think they may have had first reading on some of these. And Kevin, you may know.
Yes, sir.
I think they did.
They did.
I don't
They have
think
pending
they're in
ordinance.
effect yet, but they
Uh,
had a first reading, I think.
There's 2 readings. They have one, and then it goes. Their system goes back to the planning commission for discussion, which I believe is today, and then it'll go back to the second reading to their council.
Got it. Okay. So what is the reason? So on the last chart, it had that ours applies to non-jurisdictional wetlands
Yes, sir.
at the top.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm not sure, and I read a little bit about the Georgetown, and I believe it's the county of Georgetown, not the city of Georgetown.
That's correct.
Is doing a wetlands ordinance. We know that Bluffton already has done one. Could you tell us if we were to make it? Now, I'm not saying we are, but if we were to make ours effective on existing jurisdictional wetlands, how would that work legally, or would it work legally?
It wouldn't in current form. Federal law supersedes state, local law. I have not spoken to any of those attorneys as to why that mechanism is in place. One possible reason is that they're concerned about future changes and want to have a system of ordinances in place should wetlands jurisprudence further be eroded, and to cover any areas that in this transition era that we're in that are later determined to be not covered by federal law. So that would be the only reason that I could imagine that they're doing that.
So, just to having listened to Mr. Pagliarini now for so many years, I've learned there's fine points of the law. So what you're saying is they could continue to be jurisdictional wetlands, but with less protections, is what you're saying. Because in my mind, I was thinking they're either wetlands or they aren't, and so if they become non-jurisdictional wetlands, they're automatically covered under ours. What you are bringing to mind is if they maintain their federal jurisdictional wetland status, but with less protections. Okay.
I presume that, Mayor. Again, we have not delved into those waters, and we certainly will should the committee and council want to go that direction. But I am a little bit. I'm not quite understanding their reasoning for this, as I stand here today.
Because, I mean, nothing that we pass would supersede federal or state.
No, sir.
Nothing. Yes, sir.
Right.
Mr. Pagliarini, is it possible that if we included the jurisdictional wetlands, that we have more of a chance to have our ordinance thrown out?
That is always a concern of ours. Yes, sir. I believe
That was
fully.
my thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would certainly want the opportunity to talk through. The full disclosure is I am not an expert by any stretch in that field. And if there is a valid reason other than what I am articulating to you today, I'd like to know. But that is my concern. And as you all are aware, my concern is since the beginning is we can't overstep on this. As mentioned last month, it's better to implement something that is reasonable, that we can reasonably apply and enforce, that other jurisdictions are able to implement and enforce. And then we can always add to it at a later time. And that's the methodology that I think is appropriate in this highly unknown area that we're getting into.
That was my concern.
Yep. Ms. Hyde?
So you're saying you're not sure why, like All-in-All is including jurisdictions and
I'm sure they have a good
non-jurisdictional?
reason, ma'am. I'm not questioning
You
their
don't.
logic. I just
Sure.
don't know.
And it could be that as the federal government gets less involved with protecting these areas, then they already have something in place to do it.
It
But
would-
in the meantime, federal law would supersede.
That's right.
And so they're thinking no harm. This'll fall into place
Yeah.
if the federal government steps out.
Right. They can't enforce it, but I agree with Mr. Chapman. And you know, if it's challenged, that is one fewer thing. The argument that their ordinance is superseded by federal law. Now they have the savings clause, so if part of it is overturned, that's just not a defense or argument I think that any municipality would want to get into at this point, litigation over whether part of your ordinance is superseded by federal law. But nevertheless, perhaps they think that that is unlikely and they'll move forward without being able to enforce that portion and see what happens over the next few years, be proactive rather than reactive, which I don't necessarily think that's a bad position. It's just here. I'm, as I said, I'm at a bit of a loss.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tinky.
Starting with the non-jurisdictional and point number 1, where it's qualified wetlands professional with field experience is going to look into these, identifying existing wetlands. Well, that's the crux of the matter. What is an existing wetland based on the previous rule or the current rule? And so when we say that, what are we saying? Is it, or is it just scientific? And that's also in debate. So you have to start with what are they measuring based on what?
The wetland, I don't think there's any dispute over a wetland. It's just a matter of the connectivity, the hydraulic connectivity and definition of U.S. waters of the state.
Right.
So it's either jurisdictional or non-jurisdictional. Now, we can have wetlands that are isolated that has the same characteristics and environmental components as an actual jurisdictional wetland.
Right.
So it's just a matter of the coverage, the protection is there or it's not there.
But under the current ruling, your non-jurisdictional wetlands have been shrunk in size, correct?
Typically, an isolated wetland would be smaller than a jurisdictional wetland. Yes, sir. These are the pockets, and we'll get into. I know you saw the earlier. We got some mapping that we're getting into right now that I think is going to be very helpful in expediting and helping us inside determine what needs to look into a little bit more thoroughly and what is not needed. But typically the isolated wetlands will be the smaller areas that are pockets.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And the second one, which is tangential to this, we're not talking about jurisdictional wetlands, but I've had some conservation, I think you've been involved with it, with Mr. DeMora, just understanding how we work with the South Carolina Bureau of Coastal Management and USA ACE on how we handle basically diking or not diking wetlands areas. And this will be a separate issue, but I think it's really important to understand how that goes about and if we have anything to do with it at all, which I don't think we do, but at least to understand it. And I'm specifically mentioning Liberty Hill and that area where you have Hamlin Sound and then you have a dike across the whole back of it right on the wetlands, and just understanding how that happens and what, if anything, we can do, and if it's really something we do with our state legislatures and senators or at the national level.
Okay. Sure.
This addresses smaller properties because we're saying that's what we have left to deal with. But what buffer do we have for larger? What requirements? Larger pieces.
It would be the purview of the Planning Commission. They were concerned about that too, about the buffer being too small for the larger areas.
Can we not have a number for something larger?
We do. It's just not very specific, and as you can see on the fourth one, it says as deemed necessary by the Planning Commission. And so they could double it, triple it, quadruple it, depending on the actual size of the property and what's being requested. There was not any specific direction given to me by the Planning Commission for the number of linear feet that they would like to see. I mean, hundreds of acres, it could be, quadruple, 3 to 5 acres, it might be twice as much. I think they just wanted the latitude to be able to increase that buffer width, but they didn't provide me any specific width.
Okay.
For that.
Because I feel like that's the reason, Allendale and Georgetown are going with such huge buffers, because they're talking about larger tracts. They're talking 50 feet and 70 feet, and we've
Yes,
got
ma'am.
5 feet. I mean, it's like, how is that even a thing?
Well,
Except that we're talking about small.
They are in a different stage of their development process. And they also have a impact application that an applicant could apply for, and then the commission will allow them to, under their review, will allow to encroach into the buffer or either fill in the wetlands.
Mm.
But there's a process for them to do that. But yes, they're set up to large tracts of land, and I think that's what's going to be in their future for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
What's in our future for the most part is going to be the smaller unincorporated areas that are annexing into the town, or either the one lot into two, that sort of stuff. So we wanted to make sure the ordinance is tailored to where it could be the most effective and the most meaningful and accomplish our goal.
Okay. So council see a need in case we annex some huge piece of property, we wouldn't want to have in our own ordinance a required buffer on something larger than this, rather than leaving it to planning commission to decide.
The problem with that question, I mean, we have the option here, right, or larger.
Yes, sir.
I certainly couldn't tell you exactly what that ought to be if you asked me today, but we do have the option of getting it. So I'm agreeing with you that we need it, but I think we got the option of getting it is all I can say.
All right.
As long as we have that option of getting it, I think that works.
And as I said before, I mean, we're gonna get this thing implemented and start working it and start using it and seeing what works for us and where we're having some problems, and then bring this back, because this can always
Right.
be updated. It can always be updated.
Right. And we've done well when we've been on the leading edge of things before, whether it was building permit allocation, whether it was noise ordinance, whether it was a plastics ordinance, and some others, of getting as good as we could when we get it implemented and then making it better. And we've made all of those better, and none of them have been struck down in court. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, Mayor, and that was why I asked our attorney about the potential for things like they're doing in Allendale to have our ordinance struck down.
Mhm.
I would much prefer to go forward with something that's not as broad, and in the future bring it in, as opposed to putting it out there with things that potentially get us in trouble, and this whole ordinance gets thrown out.
Mhm.
So, and that's where I'll be coming from.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stinky.
Having seen the presentation before, but for those who haven't seen it, I think it would be wonderful to see a little snippet of how you determined what those wetlands were. It was quite impressive, the work that was done. I know it's repetitive a little bit for us, but I think it's helpful to see, and then I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, that would be great if y'all.
Yeah, we'd love
we
to
could
see it.
proceed with the tool. And this is Maeve Gimbert. She's our environmental manager. She's been working very closely with the GIS department, where they've made some really cool strides in helping us implement the ordinance.
All right, so I know many of you have seen this before, but just since there are so many layers, I'll kind of go through everything again, and feel free to interrupt me with any questions you may have. So starting from the top, it's the hydric soil layer. So these are all of the layers that we started with in the map. The hydric soil layer, which is soils that are in wet conditions, and we got this from the National Resource Conservation Service. They have a plethora of natural resource inventory data provided through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So that's going to be in dark red. Then going down to the green color, the National Wetland Inventory Map provided through the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. So this has not been updated since 2011. So there are quite a few gaps that we are looking to fill but it still is a very helpful tool. And then we go to our sinks, which are areas in the town that can hold water, depressions in the town. So this was found using the town GIS parcel map and topography data from 2025. So this is the map as a whole with all of the layers turned on. From the bottom, that's our national wetland inventory data in green, the bright green color. Then we go up one, that's our hydric soil layer. So we're in the low country. A lot of our soil is hydric soil, so that's why a lot of the map is that color. Going up one more, that's our sinks, so our depressions in the town that can hold water. Those are purple. And then the next two layers are a combination of the bottom three layers. So hydric soil plus a sink, where those two items overlap, is going to be blue. And then the bright red is where all three of those items overlap. So hydric soil, NWI data, plus the sinks in the town, where all three of those things come together, is going to be bright red. So then going into how we might apply this, our first parcel that we're going to look at is on Pocahontas Street in the Old Village. It is down from Erkman and up from McCants. So on the left, we have our 2025 GIS imagery. The back part of the parcel, well, it's about a 0.4 acre parcel, and the back part of the parcel is not developed. We see there is some vegetation there, and when we apply our mapping tool, there is a layer of hydric soil plus the sink. So there are two strong indicators that there could be a wetland, an isolated wetland, and we would ask this applicant, if they came through to get a building permit for a pool or a shed or what have you, that they would go get a wetland delineation by a wetland scientist. Second example, some lots off of Rifle Range Road in the corner of Bowman Road. So on the left, we have our 2025 GIS imagery. You can see it's densely wooded, undeveloped. We apply our tool. There's quite a good bit of hydric soil and sinks that go through all of those properties. So if any of those were to come through, we would ask for a wetland delineation before they were to develop on those properties. And we wanted to spot check this a little bit, so we used a property that had gone and gotten a wetland delineation for their project. This is a subdivision off of Rifle Range Road. It's on Willow Pond Road. So their wetland delineation was included in their plan set, and they have jurisdictional wetlands here. And when we applied our tool, we can see that there is an overlap of hydric soil, the sinks, and the NWI data, all indicating that these wetlands exist. So it was a good check to make sure that it's working out for us. All right. And then the last example, on Pine Hollow Road. So this is Shem Creek, jurisdictional wetlands on either side, but they don't go all the way up to that parcel. So when we turned on our tool, we could see that there was hydric soil and a sink. So I went a step further to see what that parcel looked like on Google Street View. And we can see in those same areas, there's standing water here and here, and aquatic vegetation. So we would ask that that property went and got a delineation before proceeding with any building. So again, this is just data that helps us, so we don't have to go and ask every single person applying for a building permit to get a wetland delineation. We have data that helps us guide those requests. When we looked at the total number of acres impacted by this, with hydric soil plus the sinks, not including stormwater ponds, it was around 3,800 acres. So it's about 9% of the town. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
You know, I was reminded of a thing that President Reagan used to say: what an expert is somebody who sees something working in practice and goes back and sees if it works in theory. And y'all were working this in theory and saw if it works in practice, and I applaud that. I think that's excellent. What was the last figure that you gave? The total acreage?
Yes, the total acreage of both the hydric soil, and the sinks, so that blue color, that's going to be 3,800 acres
In all of Mount Pleasant.
in all of Mount Pleasant.
And so that means of anything that could be a jurisdictional wetland as well? Or are
So
we saying that's the non-jurisdictional wetlands?
the NWI layer plus the sinks plus the hydric soil, that's around 1,300 acres because the NWI data hadn't been updated since 2011. So it's not going to match all of the hydric soil plus the sinks.
So that would be the jurisdictional wetlands?
You can see on this image that Maeve has that yes, there's a speckle of blue in a lot of areas where there are jurisdictional wetlands. So we'll have to do the cleanup once we get applications that come in. The ones that are they're going to be obvious when you look on an aerial which ones are jurisdictional, which one's not jurisdictional. So
Okay.
if it's in the middle of a tributary or areas where we do know there's wetlands, that'll be taken off the board, and we won't ask for them to do another delineation after something's already been done.
Right.
It's the neighborhoods, the developed areas that have an undeveloped backyard, or the jurisdictional areas that's in the middle of town. There's no real wetlands that are there, but yet there's a blue area. Then that's a kind of a red flag that will say, hey, if you're going to put something there, we need an expert to tell us it's not a wetland.
Okay.
What are you looking to do? Move it forward?
First of all, see what questions we might have, what pitfalls we might have, operationally or legally. I think we've heard most of the legal ones. I think, Ms. Hyatt, in answer to the question we both had, I think another reason for not having ours on jurisdictional wetlands is that we would be in effect requiring somebody to get it. What's the word you just used? Not certified, but delineated again, right, at the town level when it's already done at the federal or I guess state level. But so that's another sort of answer to that question, I guess. I think what we need to do, we have done a lot of these type things before, and you reach a time where you've got to go at first reading and then, make the changes and answer as many, as we can. A thought that occurred to me, Ms. Hyatt, as well, was on the larger tracks. We may not know what the answer is, but we can say, shall not be less than such and such, and then work our way, as Mr. Mitchell mentioned, as we work with this, we'll see better ways to do it. I'm reminded of in our short-term rentals when we originally had it as a percentage of the total households in Mount Pleasant, and then realized they were all concentrated in one area, because when you put that into practice, you realize there are HOAs everywhere in the newer parts of Mount Pleasant and not in the older parts. So, but we found that out because we passed it, when we put it into practice, and then we made it better. So unless we have any major questions that absolutely, have to be addressed, I think we went over what the exceptions were and those type things. I think we're at the point where we might be ready for to put it together, Mr. Pagliarini, for a first reading, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If there's a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to move this to first reading.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. All right. Thank you all very much. So we will look for that at first reading next Tuesday. All right. That was item number 4. Item number 5 is to adjourn. So this committee meeting stands adjourned. Good work.
Now it starts the next part. Now we start the next one.
Keep it up. Huh?
They did it pretty much overnight.
Chris was in a hurry. Chris, do you know Chris? Yeah.
Had somebody
Zoning conservation.
We was the old Mount Pleasant zoning market and so I knew I was going to see him because we were having an Edwards Park cleanup and we were involved. So he comes up with his teenage son and starts on me like that, and I thought it was perfect because I was prepared for that. So I said, I really appreciate your concern, and I know you have a lot of it. You know, we've been working on this 6 to 8 months. You realize that it had substantial public comment that caused us to do it in the first place. You realize it went through the planning commission for 2 different iterations and public comment. Do you realize it also went through the planning committee for 2 different iterations? Do you realize we put it off for 3 months because we were ready to vote on it in December? We put it off until now so that we could get the public input. Do you realize that we actually sent a letter to all 3,000 and you were one of them that got that letter? It's never been done before. So you could get your input. Do you realize the only reason you were out of all these people who got that letter and they signed? And so I understand that you feel that everybody did not want to vote. But I can assure you, it went through a thorough process, and he started on the sons of Dad. Stop. And we proceeded to just shovel dirt, put it on the yard, because there wasn't anything to say, you know. Because if we had done it, which we never would have, you know, we could have voted on it in December. But by the fact we put out those reasons, there wasn't anything he could say else. He got it wrong. And I actually talked to him at length.
Alex, y'all, we're PJs.
Yeah.
PJ.
I think I'm PJ Hill, aren't I? I think I am.
I'll tell you in just a second.
Yep.
Yes, you are.
What's your name of this presentation? Okay.
Write it down. I presume he said it was a restroom, but I don't know that. What is it?
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
We're wandering off here.
Yes. All right. Are we ready? Everybody ready? All right. Let me call to order the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee meeting for Monday, March the 2nd. And I appreciate everybody being here. And item number 2 on our agenda would be approval of the minutes from January 22nd and February 2nd.
Move for approval of both minutes.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. The minutes are approved. Item 3, public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward. Name and address. 2.5 minutes. Anybody for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Denise Fugo, Executive Director of Housing for All Mount Pleasant, 1000 Johnny Dobbs Boulevard, Suite 103. I am here today really for information. I'm assuming that police includes police and fire, but maybe not. It doesn't. Well, when the police are going out to, when we have fires in Mount Pleasant, what we learned in 2025 is that many seniors don't carry home insurance, and I was shocked to learn that. Two, we now have 3 financial institutions that if somebody's home burns to the ground, we can get them help to rebuild. So I don't know how I should distribute that information, but you let me know and we'll distribute that. And then the second item I just wanted to bring to your attention, I tour a lot of homes in Mount Pleasant, and I'm sure the police do as well. We have a problem with black mold, and I understand that the town of Mount Pleasant can't do anything about that. But I just wanted everybody to be aware, because this is the legal side of things. We're going to be working with the nonprofit legal firms, because everybody says if you have black mold, hire an attorney. Not everybody has the money to pay rent and hire an attorney. So what we're going to be doing is working with the two of the nonprofits that focus on nonprofit legal representation. But I'm trying to work with the state so that we have some guidelines, some way of testing, some way of making sure, because it's not just in individual homes. In June, 3 out of the 6 homes I toured had black mold. It was visible to me, and I'm not an engineer. I've got an apartment complex right now getting people sick, and I understand the town can't get involved, but any guidance you have on this, we'll accept. Otherwise, we're going to start trying to come up with some guidelines so that the building department, the inspecting department, and it's not just hire an attorney, because not everybody in South Carolina can afford to do that. That was it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Public comment? All right. Moving along. Item 4, police matters. Employee years of service. Chief Arnold.
Good morning, Mayor and committee members. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask James Edmonds to come forward, please. So this morning, we proudly recognize CSI James Edmonds for 20 years of dedicated service to our community and the Mount Pleasant Police Department. James began his career in patrol, where he served for 12 years, during which time he spent 8 of those years as a field training officer. And you all have heard me say the importance of the field training officer position. His commitment to mentoring new officers helped shape the next generation of law enforcement professionals, ensuring the department's values and standards are carried forward. Driven by his passion for investigative work, CSI Edmonds later transitioned to the Forensic Services Unit, where he has served for the last 8 years. This position demands a high level of technical expertise, patience, attention to detail, qualities that CSI Edmonds demonstrates every day. He is meticulous in his work at crime scenes and his dedication to uncovering the truth. Beyond his operational roles, CSI Edmonds has also dedicated 4 years to the Honor Guard, representing the Department of Funerals, Memorials, Parades, and Dedications. His service in these solemn and ceremonial duties reflects his deep respect for the pride and the badge he wears. His 2 decades of service stand as a testament to his professionalism and integrity, both for his coworkers and community service. We thank him for his excellent commitment and commemorate him on his milestone. Congratulations. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Senior Police Officer Michael Crispell. This is also 20 years for Senior Police Officer Michael Crispell. We proudly recognize his service for 20 years and his dedication to the department and the community. He began his career as a patrol officer, where he worked diligently for 6 years, serving as a reliable and trusted presence in the community. In 2012, he transitioned to the Waterfront Park Unit, where he spent the next 4 years building strong community connections. During his time there, he helped organize and support the Casting with Cops event, innovative program designed to bring families and officers together through fishing and conversation. In 2017, he transitioned back to the traffic unit, specifically the motor unit, becoming one of the first officers selected to reestablish the motor unit within the police department. Since then, he has served continuously with professionalism and dedication in this role. Motor unit plays a key role in community engagement, public safety, routinely assisting with traffic escorts, community events, funeral escorts, dignitary visits, and so on. For 2 decades, he has exemplified what it means to serve with integrity and commitment. His enthusiasm and commitment to policing contributes to specialized units have enhanced both the department and the town. We congratulate SPO on 20 years of service and look forward to many more, actually. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that all for recognition?
That's all for recognition.
All right, but you're going to stay put. Next item is update on e-bike and motorbike ordinance enforcement efforts. We hear about this all the time. We read about it in the news, other places doing things. I think we've done many things that come right to where the state law supersedes us, and our police department just said, they just need to get out there and enforce it. And I know it's not easy. Whoever thought we would see 12-year-olds on bikes that can do 50 miles an hour, especially when they don't want to stop.
Yeah.
So, Chief, if you'll just sort of walk us through where we are.
Absolutely. So I'm going to just begin with a high-level overview of traffic enforcement. In 2025, we issued 20,715 citations and 5,269 public contact warnings. So the question is, well, we're here to talk about e-bikes. Well, by slowing down traffic, 4,000 or 5,000 pound vehicle in a subdivision, and making sure that they're driving at appropriate speed, it saves kids on e-bikes and regular bicycles. So the traffic enforcement holistically is just phenomenal for our department, and I just wanted to point that out to begin with. In 2025, there were 16 reported collisions involving e-bikes, 8 of which the juveniles were at fault. 1 was an adult. The other collisions didn't necessarily involve other motor vehicles. This past year, we had 2 juveniles hurt very, very badly on an e-bike. I believe it was a 3-wheel e-bike, traveling extremely fast that had been modified, ending up in those juveniles being transported to the hospital. So one of the areas to emphasize, and one of the things that we've seen change recently, is more kids are operating what I would consider electric dirt bikes or electric motorcycles. They have foot pegs. These are not pedal bicycles, and they're capable of a lot more speed. And so we've seen some of the kids shift. They wear full face helmets and goggles to conceal who they are. We're currently looking to identify one child that ran from one of our officers on an electric dirt bike. And so a lot of effort is being given to educational stuff. We just recently posted 2 new infographics for parents to better understand. This is posted on social media. Another one with a comparison to electric vehicles. Just because this is a 2-wheeled vehicle and it's battery powered doesn't mean it's an e-bike. There's I think a misconception out there that anything that has 2 wheels and foot pegs is an e-bike. It's not. They're just straight up electric motorcycles in parks. Some of these are exceeding the speed and power of mopeds. So this past year, we took 4 juveniles into custody for violations of the e-bike. Those are the egregious ones. 3 adults were charged for allowing children to operate what would be considered a unlawful e-bike. 12 citations were issued. In 2025, there were 15 incident reports completed, 10 of which were failure to stop. So a lot of times our officers are interacting with these kids. They'll see them in different places, stop, talk with them, and it doesn't necessarily generate an incident report or any kind of violation. In 2026, so far year to date, we've seen 5 incident reports, 1 of which is a failure to stop, which is the one I just recently mentioned. So there is a concerted effort to educate these kids and their parents, and the ones that are being charged are the ones that have previously been warned or are particularly egregious in their behavior or their riding. So happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tinky.
With the things in the past, we've basically tried to isolate where the problems are, and sometimes they're not all over town. We discussed it earlier. You said it's pretty prevalent all over town, but it's specifically prevalent around middle schools during that age group. Obviously, it extends into high school, but the middle schools is really where it's all about. And it seems to be a real challenge to identify the bikes because it's not readily recognizable.
That's right.
Some efforts have been looked at with the school system to either certify all the illegal bikes or conversely certify all bikes and sticker all bikes and the ones that don't have stickers maybe the illegal bikes or a combination thereof. Kids that go to high school have to get a sticker for their car. And so I talked to a school board member yesterday that's in our area, Mrs. Jewett, and some effort was started at Moultrie Middle, but it didn't sound like it was completed. So what types of things, because when your officers go out too, it's important that you are able to readily recognize it, through some type of a stick or whatever. What's the efficacy of that, and what efforts, if any, have been made, and are there any examples of where that's been helpful?
I have not been able to find any other jurisdictions or examples where registration has made a significant impact on it. One of the things with stickering is, and we know this, many of these bikes are easily modified. So you can have a sticker that says it's fine. The child goes home, and 2 days later they've modified it. It has a sticker that says it's fine, but it's modified and can go much faster than what it is supposed to be able to do. So for us, and I don't want to speak for the school district, whether or not they want to license that. I know some of the schools have said you can't ride e-bikes to school. And then what the kids will do is they will find an area next to the school and they will ride their bike there and they will park their bike there. It's really no different. We had traffic problems and parking problems with Lucy Beckham with older kids who would drive cars and they would park in the neighborhoods, surrounding neighborhoods and things like that. And so the e-bikes are kind of the same thing. And in a nutshell, we have too many parents that are providing their children with things that are not e-bikes, that are technically electric motorcycles or mopeds. And we're doing everything we can to educate the public and the parents, but we have far too many parents allowing children access to vehicles. That's why we've charged 3 parents last year for allowing these kids to have these bikes. So,
what is that charge, by the way? I mean, I get it. I'm just wondering, what
I
the
refer to
law.
one of my traffic people. I don't remember the statute off the top. It's knowingly allowing an underage person to operate a motor vehicle. I don't know. It's a 56 code something.
So it would be the same if they let them drive a car or a Harley Davidson or anything that they're not. Okay. Got it.
Is the maximum fine still just $500?
What is the fine? I believe that's correct. I don't have the bond sheet. I don't memorize all the fines for those violations.
Is that a state? That's a state. So we don't have control over the amount. Okay.
Have anybody been charged and fined? And if so, how much?
We've charged 3 adults for allowing the child to operate. I don't know what the disposition of those cases were, what the fine was that was imposed, but we've charged 3 adults for that.
Are we putting out those statistics? Are we putting them out publicly so people can see what's going on? Because I see what you're doing.
We have not. We can. One of the things that I was contemplating is making a public facing dashboard with all of our traffic data, not just e-bikes, but all of it, so that people can see.
I think that would be a great idea. Yeah. You were there at the Chamber of Commerce meeting when you tell people y'all wrote almost 16,000 tickets last year. That gets people's attention. Right. I was going to ask, we're approaching budget season, because if you were at the transportation meeting this morning, one of the things I have learned in my years of doing this is the only thing worse than traffic issues is the solution to traffic issues. Nobody likes roundabouts. Nobody likes widening roads. Nobody likes new roads, or at least the people who make the most comments, don't seem to like them. But seriously, what would it cost to significantly increase our enforcement as we approach the budget season. You know, is it more officers? Is it more patrol vehicles? You know, I know that involves training and all that, but I mean,
Sure.
that might be one of the solutions to all of this.
So that's an excellent question. You know, as I listened in the transportation meeting, what we're trying to do is influence behavior of people, either pedestrians or driving motor vehicles or motorcycles or bicycles. And, you know, you can do that through two ways. You can do that through enforcement. One officer, two officer has to be in the right place at the right time to see the violation, or you do it through structural things, which are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? They're always there. They're always helping to change that behavior, slow the people down. So when it comes to the option of enforcement, it's a matter of how much enforcement do you all want? How much enforcement do our citizens want? Would they rather see a police officer or a miniature small roundabout? Which would they where was the community on this, and what would they rather see? So as we move forward with the budget year, there'll be requests for personnel, some civilian positions, which enable us to put police officers back in an enforcement role. So, but I don't want to sit here and give you a specific number right now.
No, that wasn't a setup question. But I know that when we budget, and one reason our taxes are low and our budget is lean is that we often say, you know, don't add a lot, or, you know, what's the net increase in staff and all that. But, you know, some of these things are cheaper than some of the transportation infrastructure fixes too. So I'm just saying, you know, as chair of this committee, that that those things can be on the table. They really can. You know, that when you talk about the community, which speaks well that you do, the people who have children, especially like middle school, that are riding a long distance on an e-bike, and we've heard them in these chambers, they're crazy about them. They love them. They want hands off. Everybody else who does not have middle school students, even people, high school students, tells me these are all accidents waiting to happen,
right?
And we don't want that. So I don't know. You know, you've educated us on the wisdom of not instituting a chase with a 12-year-old as well, and I totally get that.
Yeah,
I really do. It's not going to end well.
Not at all.
I guess we keep looking around, and Councilman Tinky, you were mentioning, I think you know something about what Charleston was looking at doing, but I think that had more to do with sidewalks and what they could do. Are y'all following that?
We are. We've had they've reached out to us, some discussion. Similar issue on Daniels Island with kids on e-bikes, creating issues. So they're working through ordinances and revisions of ordinances for e-bike.
What Assistant Superintendent Ryan said, he really needs help right after school, because only one person with 60 bikes will congregate, and they'll all go off in a swarm. And so he says, there's not much I can do. You know, I swat one this fly and the whole locust are go over there, you know. So no offense to the young children, I don't mean to call them locusts, but so I think he was looking for more assistance at the after school time. That also offers people, when they park their bikes, the opportunity to see who's legal or not, and one by one start selectively enforcing it. So I think that was one of his thoughts. And then the other, I think, having lived in the old village or whatever 43 years, or lived in a place, parents, you know, having a friends of safety group. So that's where the PTAs or PTOs come into place. And I really think it's important to really be working with them. And you know, there's parents who will come out and help, because when they not only ride fast, but when they're in groups of little boys and all that, they tend to do things like bully and do other things that are really interest to people. So I think if we can work together to figure out how we do more of that with the school systems, that would be good too. And I don't know, at least it'd be worthwhile to look into the stickering, because he has a hard time determining, you know, which is one or not, and equally a tough time understanding if they've gone ahead and taken off the controls and revved it up.
Right.
And there's one other thing a bunch of old gray-haired guys like us could buy them and start riding them around, then they won't be cool anymore. And the 12-year-olds go, I'm not doing that. That's for old guys. You know, how many 12-year-olds you see playing pickleball? You know, you don't see many. But anything we can do with outreach like that, I don't think the school district, I brought it up, as I mentioned, you know, with Superintendent Huggins, and they're not going to, I mean, she's open to it, but I don't know that they're going to jump on putting the stickers on, because like you said, they can modify it after after it meets the requirements of being a true e-bike. They can modify it afterwards. My question is this modification being done? I mean, can you get a kit and do it at home? You can, okay, so you can take your own standard e-bike and
It's
turn it into.
amazing what you can learn on YouTube.
Okay. So it's not, where I was going with that is it's not our local businesses doing it in violation of the law. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, there might be some that are doing it, but more than likely they're doing it themselves. I stopped a kid last summer in the old village who had basically bought a kit and built his own e-bike. Wow. And so, you know, whether they're buying the bike complete, whether it's an actual e-bicycle with pedals or electric motorcycle, they find ways to go in and modify them.
Interesting.
only
Do
other
you
thing-
have any recommendations of us about our ordinance, or anything that we can do, or anything necessary for added enforcement?
From an enforcement standpoint, the only thing that I could say is maybe ask the state representatives to look at the state law again.
Okay.
And imposing a heavier penalty for violations of this, to include delay
Of driver's license?
Driver's license.
That would be a biggie.
I really think that would make an impact on it. And then anytime any community member reaches out to you, and any member of council, please feel free to share any of our infographics, any of our things about what is an e-bike, what isn't an e-bike, so that anybody that you all interact with has that same information.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I appreciate all your work on that. All right, that concludes item 4B. There is nothing under item 5, nothing under item 6. So item 7 is we will stand adjourned.